Rules Update 1.6 just came out recently, so I thought this was the perfect time to do a video going over every rule in Marvel Champions. The rulebook is 62 pages long, and it's a very, very dry read. Not a fun read at all, so I just thought it would be a good idea to read through the entire rulebook so that other people can just listen to it instead of having to read the entire 62-page thing. I go over a couple examples of like enemy activations, and I add some context to a lot of the rules. So it will be a little more useful than just reading the entire rulebook yourself if you're a new player. Also, I encourage you to just put this on in the background and listen to it instead of having to focus the whole time because it is very long. It took a long time to read all of this stuff. So just having it play in the background while you're doing something else or listening to it as like a podcast audio type thing is going to be a good idea for this as well. Before starting though, if you can take a moment to like and subscribe, I'd appreciate that a lot. I'm getting really close to 1,000 subscribers at this point, which is really exciting for me. And I also just opened channel memberships. I'm not going to go over all the channel membership details right now, but at the end of the video, I'll add that stuff on. So now let's go over every rule in Marvel Champions. So in the summary of notable changes on page 6, there's a clarified timing around enemy activations, which is really nice. Page 8 to 10, expanded on stepwise process for attacks, also really nice. Page 13, added stepwise process for dealing damage, also really nice. Page 18, expanded find rules. Page 23, revised stepwise process for initiating abilities. Page 33, revised how referential abilities are interpreted. Page 39, expanded target rules. Page 40, revised the definition of the teamwork trait keyword. Page 52 to 58, added and updated entries in Appendix 4, frequently asked questions. Page 59 to 62, added entries to Appendix 5, errata. So we can skip over the index here because we'll just be reading all of it. Overview. This document is intended as the definitive source for rules information, but does not teach players how to play the game. Players should first read the Learn to Play book in its entirety and use this rules reference as needed while playing the game. The majority of this book consists of a glossary, which provides an alphabetical listing of terms and situations that might be encountered during a game. This section should be the first destination for players with rules questions. The 3 appendices at the end of the book contain deck customization rules, setup rules, and a card anatomy. And then the golden rules. If the text of this rules reference directly contradicts the text of the Learn to Play book, the text of the rules reference takes precedence. If the text of a card directly contradicts the text of either the rules reference or the Learn to Play book, the text of the card takes precedence. The Grim Rule. If players are unable to find the answers to a rules or timing conflict in this rules reference, resolve the conflict in the manner that the players perceive as the worst possible resolution at that moment with regards to winning the scenario and continue the game. Hopefully, after reading through this, you won't have to use the Grim Rule because you'll know the rules and then things won't be harder on you. At least that's how I feel about that. And component limitations. There's no limit to the number of threat tokens, damage tokens, acceleration tokens, status cards, or all-purpose counters that can be in the game at a given time. If a player runs out of the provided tokens, counters, or status cards, other tokens, counters, or coins may be used. Round overview. The following is an overview of a game round, and the glossary entries that cover each part of the game round. 1. Player phase begins. 2. Each player takes a turn. 3. Player phase ends. 4. Villain phase begins. 5. Place threat on the main scheme. 6. Villain and minions activate. 7. Deal encounter cards. 8. Reveal and resolve encounter cards. 9. Pass the first player token. 10. In the round, proceed to step 1 of the next game round. And now it looks like we're at our very first entry here on the glossary. So, ability. An ability is a game text on a card that explains what the card does or can do. Several examples can be seen in Appendix 3 of this rules reference. Card abilities only interact with cards that are in play unless the ability specifically refers to an out-of-play area or element. So the out-of-play area or element is a common example would be Shadow of the Past, referring to like your set-aside Nemesis set and set-aside Nemesis minion. And then otherwise, if it doesn't refer specifically to that out-of-play, you cannot, nothing can interact with that area or element. Card abilities on hero, alter ego, ally, upgrade, and support cards may only be used if the card is in play, unless the ability specifically refers to being used from an out-of-play state. Event cards implicitly interact with the game from an out-of-play area as per the rules of the event card type. That is another interesting point, that events, you're supposed to put it on the table, but it's not technically in play. So this comes up with Collector 1. Collector 1 will not collect your events, even though the event goes from on the table to out of play, because the event cards implicitly interact with the game from an out of play area. If an ability specifies one or more target, that ability can only be initiated if it has at least one valid target. For example, an ability that says deal 5 damage to a minion cannot be initiated if there are no minions in play. Okay? Examples of targets include, but are not limited to, the villain, a minion, an enemy, a scheme, a hero, an ally, a character, a player, you, a card. When an ability has has more than one sentence of text, read the entirety of the ability to check for alteration effects that may change the way the ability resolves. Then resolve the ability one sentence at a time. This is important just also for not messing things up. You should always read your cards fully when you play them. Because if you don't, you'll think a card says something that it doesn't actually say. That's happened to me a lot. An ability prefaced by a bold timing trigger, followed by a colon, is referred to as a triggered ability. An ability without a bold timing trigger is referred to as a constant ability. Okay, player card abilities cannot resolve during game setup unless prefaced by a setup timing trigger. The resolution of the following ability types is mandatory: constant abilities, setup abilities, when revealed abilities, when defeated abilities, forced interrupt abilities, forced response abilities, boost abilities, and keywords. If one of these ability types uses the word may, the part of the ability following may is optional. So I have some cards out to give examples of this. Spider-Man is a good example of this. Spider Sense says interrupt when the villain initiates an attack against you, draw one card. So, for instance, if the villain Claw was attacking me right now, I don't necessarily want to draw this last card and then get another encounter card. So you can actually choose to not draw the card if that's beneficial, because this is an interrupt, not a forced interrupt. Only the player who controls a player card with an attachment that uses the word you or your can trigger abilities or pay costs on that attachment. Okay, only the player with an obligation in their play area can trigger abilities or pay costs on that obligation. Okay, constant abilities. A constant ability is any non-keyword ability whose text contains no bold timing trigger defining its ability type. A constant ability becomes active as soon as its card enters play and remains active while the card is in play. Some constant abilities continuously seek a specific condition, denoted by words such as during, if, or while. The effect of such abilities are active any time the specific condition is met. If multiple instances of the same constant ability are in play, each instance affects the game independently. So another really common example of that would be Quick Strike is a constant ability. So as soon as Vulture enters play, his ability is active, which is why his ability goes off immediately. Triggered abilities. A triggered ability is indicated by a bold timing trigger followed by a colon and the rest of the ability text. Unless prefaced by the word forced, all interrupt and response abilities are optional. Forced abilities, when revealed abilities, when defeated abilities, and when completed abilities are triggered by the game at the ability's appropriate timing point. If the bold timing trigger of an ability contains the word hero or alter ego, the ability can only be used if the player triggering the ability is in the specified form. If quotation marks are used around a timing trigger and a colon, the quoted text is not itself a timing trigger, but is instead referring to other abilities with that trigger. Simultaneous timing priority. Some abilities have timing priority over other abilities. In order, the timing priority of abilities with the same triggering condition is... Okay, this is really important, and it's a good reference for the game. So constant abilities, delayed effects, lasting effects, keywords, and icons. Then status of cards, and then number 3 is forced interrupt abilities. Number 4 is interrupt abilities. 5 is boost, when defeated, and when revealed abilities. 6 forced response abilities. 7 response abilities, and 8 consequential damage. Okay, acceleration icon. An acceleration icon represents additional forces that are advancing the villain's nefarious plans. During step 1 of the villain phase, place X additional threat on the main scheme, where X is the number of acceleration icons in play. So notice this is not per player, it's per icon, which is an important distinction. An acceleration icon can be removed from play by defeating the encounter card it is printed on. Acceleration icons are not considered acceleration tokens, and vice versa. This isn't going to come up that often, but it does come up if you're playing Deadpool or the pool aspect, which that can be important. Acceleration token, different than the icon. Acceleration tokens are functionally equivalent to acceleration icons, but are not considered acceleration icons. They are placed next to the main scheme as a reminder to add X additional threat to the main scheme during step 1 of the villain phase, where X is the number of acceleration tokens in play. Acceleration tokens interplay through one of two effects. If the encounter deck is empty, place 1 acceleration token next to the main scheme. Card effects may instruct the players to add an acceleration token to play. Acceleration tokens placed on cards other than the main scheme are still add threat to the main scheme during step 1 of the villain phase. Acceleration tokens on the main scheme cannot be removed from play. Unlike other tokens, when a main scheme card leaves play, the acceleration token does not get discarded. That's interesting because, like Magneto, for instance, with magnet counters, the magnet counters on his main scheme leave play with that card that they're on, whereas acceleration tokens won't. So that's an important distinction there. Acceleration tokens placed on cards other than the main scheme are removed from play when the card they are placed on leaves play. Acceleration tokens are not considered acceleration icons and vice versa. And action. Action is a type of triggered ability. Players are permitted to trigger action abilities during their turn or by request during other players' turns. Players can only trigger action abilities on cards they control or on encounter cards. Players cannot trigger action abilities on obligations in other players' play areas. Okay, that's pretty straightforward. Activation. There are two types of enemy activations, an attack activation and a scheme activation. Whenever an enemy attacks or schemes, it is considered to have activated. During step 2 of the villain phase, the villain activates once per player in player order. If the identity of the player resolving the activation is in hero form, the villain initiates an attack against that player's identity. If the identity of the player resolving the activation is in alter ego form, the villain initiates a scheme. During step 2 of the villain phase, each minion engaged with the player activates against that player. If the identity of the engaged player is in hero form, the minion initiates an attack against that player's identity. If the identity of the engaged player is in alter ego form, the minion initiates a scheme. Each time the villain activates, give the villain 1 boost card from the encounter deck for that activation. Some card abilities can also cause enemies to attack or scheme. These are also considered activations. If multiple enemies activate against you, simultaneously resolve that villain's activation first, if any, in the order of your choice, followed by minion activations in the order of your choice. If an activating minion leaves play, that minion's activation ends immediately and no further steps of that activation resolve. An effect that initiates an enemy activation is considered resolved after that activation has fully resolved. If an effect initiates an activation during the resolution of another activation, the newly initiated activation resolves after the current activation has finished resolving. If multiple activations are initiated this way, the first player decides the order in which they are resolved. Active player. Player taking their turn during the player phase as the active player. I want to go back to this. You've seen multiple times here that if things are initiated in the same way, the first player gets to decide the order in which they are resolved, which is kind of annoying to me because if you go back to the Grim rule, if you can't find the timing trigger, you're supposed to do the thing that's the absolute worst, which when you're actually playing the game, it seems like most of the time that you're going to be dealing with timing triggers, the first player gets to decide. So that it seems very conflicting with the Grim rule. So I used to make this mistake a lot where if something was ambiguous like that, I would just always choose the order that was worse. So I'm going to keep my eye on that and see if there's anything that doesn't result. Let the first player decide. That's something to note. The player during the active player, the player taking their turn during the player phase is the active player. Additional, just see alteration effect. After. The word after refers to a game occurrence that just concluded. Many responsibilities use the term after to specify the time at which they can be used. Yeah, so after and when are going to be different. So when is like right as something happens. It's almost closer to thinking about it as before. Not really though. So if the villain activates against you and there's a when interrupt, you immediately do that when interrupt. So for instance, Nebula has technique upgrades that trigger when Nebula activates. So Nebula activates, you then do the technique upgrades, and then she continues her activation. Whereas something like Sabretooth happens after he heals. So after Sabretooth activates, he heals. So you finish the full activation. Refers to a game occurrence that just concluded, which activation here was talking about how it can conclude. So then after Sabretooth is done attacking you, and you've already given him a boost card and taken damage and all that stuff, then you do his ability to heal. Okay, all-purpose counter. All-purpose counters can be used to track a variety of different game states and statuses. They have no inherent rules. Card abilities can create and define a number of different counter types, such as arrow counters or web counters. If a counter is called for, an all-purpose counter is used to track its presence in the game. Alliance. When a player declares their intention to play a card with the Alliance keyword, any players may help pay the cost for that card. Ally. Ally is a player card type that represents an identity's friends, supporters, or companions. If an ally enters play, it remains in play until a card ability or game effect causes it to leave play. If an ally's remaining hit points are reduced to 0, it is defeated and discarded from play. During a player's turn, they may use any number of allies they control to attack or thwart. An ally must exhaust to attack or thwart. After an ally is used to attack or thwart, deal consequential damage to that ally equal to the number of consequential icons beneath that ally's attack or thwart field. If an ally attempts to attack or thwart while stunned or confused, respectively, that ally will not take consequential damage. Like that's an important thing to remember there for playing. If a player is attacked, any player may exhaust an ally they control to defend against the attack. If an ally defends against an attack, all damage from that attack is dealt to the ally. That's another thing. Overkill is the only time that you would deal damage to yourself. So, like, I guess indirect can as well. But in general, if there's not overkill or indirect damage, you'll just place all the damage on the ally, and then you won't take any damage if they block for you. Attacks, thwarts, defenses, action abilities, and triggered abilities that resolve from allies in play under a player's control are not considered to be performed by that player's identity. Yes, so when something says you, it's talking about you as a player. That is not your identity. So things that target you or your identity will not target your ally, and vice versa. Ally limit. Each player is permitted to control a maximum of 3 allies at any given time. This is referred to as the ally limit. A player may play or put allies into play beyond their ally limit. However, this is important that you can actually, if you have 3 allies, put the 4th one in play. Then, if a player can ever controls a number of allies greater than their ally limit in play, they must immediately choose and discard from play ally cards they control until they have a number of allies in play equal to their ally limit. This occurs before abilities that resolve upon entering play. The before entering play is a good example of, let's say you have 3 allies out and then you play Nick Fury. Nick Fury would be your 4th ally, but before he resolves Nick Fury's entering play effect of drawing 3 cards, dealing 4 damage, or thwarting 2, you would first have to discard an ally and then do that ability. Already, see alteration effect. Okay. Alteration effect. An alteration effect modifies the resolution of an ability that precedes it. Types of alteration effects include additional. The word additional denotes a modifier to an ability or a game state. The additional modifier is resolved simultaneously simultaneously with any ability it is modifying and under the same conditions as that ability. For example, Repulsor Blast reads Hero Action Attack. Deal 1 damage to an enemy and discard the top 5 cards of your deck. For each printed energy resource discarded this way, deal 2 damage to that enemy. Already. The word already denotes the resolution of an alternate ability if a specific condition is met. The already effect checks if this condition is met before the preceding ability attempts to resolve. If so, the already effect resolves instead. For example, I'm tough reads, when revealed, give Rhino a tough status card. If Rhino already has a tough status card, this card gains Surge. That's a really good example that they gave. The phrase each time denotes a temporary interruption to resolving an ability. When a condition is met that is specified by the each time effect, the resolution of the preceding ability halts. The each time effect resolves in its entirety, then the preceding ability continues resolving. For example, You Dare Oppose Me reads, when revealed, discard the top 5 cards of the encounter deck. Each time a card belonging to the Kree Fanatic set is discarded this way, deal that card to yourself as a face-down encounter card. This/that activation/attack/thwart. Effects that refer to this or that activation, attack, or thwart denote a modifier to that activation, attack, or thwart. Examples: that attack gains overkill. Give the villain an additional boost card for this activation. If this/that activation/attack/thwart is part of a condition for an effect, it does not make that effect an alteration effect. For example, the following is not an alteration effect. If this attack defeats that enemy, heal 2 damage from your hero. Okay. Alter ego form, see form and identity, amplify icon. The amplify icon represents various forces that are empowering or bolstering the villain. When a boost card is turned face up during an enemy activation, add 1 additional boost icon to that card for each amplify icon in play. And. The word and indicates that 2 or more effects within an ability resolve simultaneously. Individual effects connected by and are not dependent on each other. Resolve as much of each effect as possible. Each effect connected by and can be cancelled or prevented independently. That's interesting. Think that they are independent, and then one could be cancelled and the other could resolve depending on the situation. Okay, arrow icon, see cost, arrow icon. Aspect card. Cards in the aspect clarification are any cards that belong to the aggression, justice, leadership, and or protection aspects. When building a player deck, a player must choose one of the 5 aspects: aggression, justice, leadership, protection, or pool to use for customization. The remainder of their deck, a portion not allocated to their identity-specific cards, can then be customized with cards that belong to the chosen aspect. So I think the thing to note here is that basic does not count as an aspect. A card's aspect is designated by the aspect's name printed at the bottom of the card and its deck building classification area. And that's interesting that they're saying that the aspect's name is designated at the bottom, but also basic cards say basic on the bottom. So you can see here with Mockingbird that Mockingbird says basic in the bottom, and even though it has the aspect's name printed at the bottom, it's technically not an aspect card. So that is a little bit confusing in my opinion. Assault. When a character makes a basic thwart against a scheme with the assault keyword, that a character uses its attack instead of its thwart. If the thwarting character is an ally, it takes the consequential damage listed under its attack instead of its thwart after the thwart. Abilities that increase a character's basic power can be used to increase that a character's attack when that character thwarts a scheme with assault. So they needed to make this clear. I think it's pretty straightforward that you just attack the scheme essentially. And if you think about it as just attacking the scheme, it should all work out. Attack, see attack player ability, type, basic power. Attachment. Okay, attachment is an encounter card type. When an attachment enters play, it attaches to another card or game element. If an attachment attaches to a character, it may modify that character's attack, scheme, and or thwart values, as indicated by the values in the associated fields on the attachment card. If an attachment has a scheme/thwart modifier, it modifies the attached character's scheme if that character is a villain or minion. and modifies the attached character's thwart if that character is a hero or ally. If an attachment modifies a value the attached character does not have, or for which that character has a dash as a value, you can think of like the Hulk ally as he has the dash value as his thwart. That modifier is ignored. For example, an attachment gives an alter ego +1 attack. That alter ego does not get +1 attack. Okay, that makes sense to me. When an attachment attached to a player card uses the word you or your, it refers to the attached player card's controller. Only the player who controls the card to which that attachment is attached can trigger abilities or pay costs on that attachment. Okay. Attached to, if a card uses the phrase attached to, it must be attached to, which means placed beneath and slightly overlapped by the specified game element as it enters play. Once a card is attached, it remains in play until either the element it's attached to leaves play, in which case the attached card is discarded, or an ability or game effect causes the attached card to leave play. An attached card exhausts and readies independently of the game element it is attached to. The attached to phrase is checked for legality when the card will be attached to a game or element, but is not checked again after it is attached. If the initial attached to check does not pass, the card is not able to be attached, so it remains in its prior state or game area. If such a card cannot remain in its prior state or game area, discard it. That's interesting. That it if such a card cannot remain, or where was it? The card is not able to be attached, so it remains in its prior state or game area. I hadn't really thought about that before. Okay. Attack enemy activation. An attack is a type of enemy activation. When an enemy initiates an attack, it targets a specific player, then resolves that attack against that player. Enemy activations are always initiated against both a player and a character. Enemy attacks are always initiated against both a player and a character. What does that mean? What? Oh, I see. Because so if I'm the player and I'm playing Spider-Man in this case, so Claw initiates an attack, and it's not just initiating the attack against Spider-Man, it's also initiating the attack against me, the player. So I'm not sure how often that will come up, but I think it's just to make sure that if something refers to either me, the player, or Spider-Man, that it will, they're defining that so it actually will work. Normally, the attack character is the player's hero, but abilities can instead cause an enemy to attack a player's alter ego or an ally that player controls. In all of these cases, the player is still considered attacked. Okay, that's another good example of, so if I have an ally out, let's say Spider-Man has Mockingbird out. If Mockingbird is getting attacked, both the player, who's me, and Mockingbird are getting attacked, not just Mockingbird. Abilities that trigger when/after an enemy attacks you are resolved when/after a player is attacked, regardless of which character they control was attacked. For example, Ultron 1 reads, Force Response. After Ultron attacks you, choose to either place one threat on the main scheme or put the top card of your deck into play face down engaged with you as a drone minion. This effect resolves against the attacked player regardless of if that player used an ally to defend the attack. Okay. I'm glad they clarified this here because that was kind of confusing before this rules update. And here's the timing chart. So let's just go through this. Claw initiates the attack against me. Spider-Man draws a card. And then we go to step 1. If a villain has the villain or a minion with the villain's keyword is attack and give it one face down boost card. So we get one face down boost card. Claw's interrupt triggers to give him one additional boost card. And then step 2, we get to choose if we defend. Spider-Man chooses to defend. And then we resolve each boost card one at a time and in the order in which they were dealt, doing the following. So this is the first one in the order of which it was dealt. So we resolve it. We flip it face up, resolve any boost abilities. There are none. We increase Claw's attack from 0 to 2 because there are 2 boost icons, and then we discard it. Then we go to the next one. Weapons Runner has a boost icon, so we resolve that. All of their abilities are ignored, so we ignore the Surge. So we put Weapons Runner into play engaged with me. And then we count how many boost icons were there. There were 0. So then Claw attacks me. So we actually skip discarding this boost card because he became engaged with me. Now we deal damage to the attack from the attack equal to the modifier's attack value. So dealing 2 damage to Spider-Man. And then if a hero makes a basic defense against the attack, the amount of damage dealt is reduced by that hero's defense value, and the remaining damage from the attack is dealt to that hero. So we reduce his attack from 2 to 0 because we're subtracting 3 from it, and we don't take damage. Then if an ally defends against the attack, all damage from the attack is dealt to the ally. The defending ally is considered to have been attacked. If the defending ally leaves play prior to damage from the attack being dealt, the attack is considered to have no character defending. If no character defends against the attack is considered undefended. All damage from the attack is dealt to the character targeted by the attack. Targeted character is considered to have been attacked. And then we're finally to step 5. The attack finishes resolving, and the following types of abilities trigger in order. The Retaliate X keyword. Okay, so this is good that there's actually a timing chart here because this was confusing before. So the very first thing that would have happened was Retaliate, and then forced abilities with the following triggers in any order. So after a character attacks and damages, after a character is attacked, after a character defends and takes no damage. Okay, so the order in here you just get to choose because it's in any order. So after a character is attacked and damages / defeats you or an ally. Okay, so that's interesting that you can just choose the order here. And then, but see, the Grim Rule would make you think that you could, you would have to choose the order that is worse for you. But yeah, that's interesting. Okay, C. Non-forced abilities with the triggers listed above. Okay. These rules also apply to enemy attacks. Interrupts that trigger when the villain name attacks have the same timing as interrupts that trigger when the villain initiates an attack. If an enemy attack ends before the damage is dealt, abilities that trigger after a character defends an attack resolve, but abilities that trigger after an enemy attacks do not. Okay. I want to read that again. If an enemy attack ends before damage is dealt, abilities that trigger after a character defends an attack resolve, but abilities that trigger after an enemy attacks do not. That's interesting. So if I was to have defended the attack, but then for some reason after that Claw's attack got canceled, I would still be able to trigger like my protection interrupts that trigger after defending, but Claw wouldn't trigger anything that happens after he attacks. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, I'm glad we got through that. That was kind of a lot for that rule. But these timing charts are going to be very useful for figuring out interactions. Okay, attack player ability type. Some game effects and card abilities reference an attack. There are a few different ways an attack can occur. A hero or ally can use their basic attack power to attack an enemy. A character must exhaust to use this power. This deals damage equal to that character's attack value to that enemy. So that's pretty simple. Spider-Man just attacks, let's say, Radioactive Man for 2. So I exhaust Spider-Man, he deals 2 damage to Radioactive Man. A character can only initiate a basic attack if there's an enemy that can be attacked by that character or if that character is stunned. So that's interesting. So you can initiate an attack while you're stunned, even if there's nothing that you can attack, which is weird, but yeah, I guess that's there. If a triggered ability is labeled as an attack, such as Hero Action Attack, resolving that ability is considered to attack the specified target. Unless specified by the ability's text, a hero does not exhaust when using such an ability. This is actually a mistake I used to make when I started playing the game, is I would only play every time I played an attack event, I would exhaust my hero, which I'm glad that I stopped doing that eventually. An ability labeled as an attack is considered a single attack, even if that attack deals multiple instances of damage. This came up with Jubilee with the grand finale on taking the Power Stone from Ronan. So someone asked me in the comments, I thought grand finale was a bunch of instances of 2 damage. How did you take the Power Stone? And it's because of this. Even though it was multiple instances of damage, it is a single attack, which also matters for retaliate. So, for instance, I wouldn't have taken like 4 retaliates from using Jubilee's grand finale. It's the same thing with Gambit's Royal Flush. So when an attack ability has its damage increased by another ability, each instance of damage in that attack ability that does not use the word additional is increased by the specified amount. This is really important for dealing max damage. So things like Dive Bomb that deals damage to the villain and also 1 to every minion will trigger. So if you increase the attack by 2, for instance, or like the common example is Hone Technique, so let's use that. You'd increase it by 4. You'd go from 7 to 11 damage to the villain, and then each minion would go from taking 1 damage to 5 damage, which is a really big difference. So if an ability says make the following X attacks in order, followed by 2 or more instances of damage, each of those instances is considered a separate attack. An ability that increases the damage of an attack only increases the damage of one of that ability's attacks, though such an ability can be triggered separately for each attack. An ability that increases the damage of an attack only increases the damage of one of that ability's attacks, though such an ability can be triggered separately for each attack. Hero and ally attacks can target any enemy. Hero and ally attacks can target any enemy unless a card ability such as Guard is preventing that enemy from being attacked. Okay. When an attack targets multiple enemies, the attacking character is considered to have attacked each of those enemies. Okay. Each attacked enemy with the Retaliate X keyword that survives the attack deals its retaliate damage to the attacking character. Okay, and then the order of resolution for abilities triggered by the resolution of attack is as follows, which I'm really glad we have this timing chart now because this was really confusing for me before. So the Retaliate X keyword goes first, then forced abilities with the following triggers after a character attacks and damages / defeats an enemy / a minion, and after a character is attacked trigger, and then non-forced abilities with the triggers listed above, and then consequential damage for allies. So I guess the important thing to remember here is that it goes retaliate, then forced, then non-forced, and then consequential is the last thing. Okay, attacks against allies. Some effects cause a villain or minion to attack an ally directly. When this occurs, any undefended damage from the attack is placed on that ally that was attacked. The player who controls the ally is considered the attacked player. Abilities that resolve while when after the attacking enemy attacks you resolve against the attacked player. Any boost abilities that refer to you refer to the player who controls the attacked ally. Players may defend these attacks as normal by declaring a hero or an ally as the defender. If the attack has overkill and defeats an ally, whether that ally was the attacked ally or a defending ally, any excess damage from that attack is dealt to the identity of the player who controlled the defeated ally. Okay. Let's read that again. If the attack has overkill and defeats an ally, any excess damage from the attack is dealt to the player who controlled the defeated ally. So for instance, if it's 2-player and you block, and let's say Spider-Man is playing with Gamora here for this example. Let's say Gamora gets attacked, and then the attack has overkill. If Mockingbird blocks that attack, and the attack has overkill, the damage would go onto Spider-Man, not Gamora, because Spider-Man, the player who controls Spider-Man is the one who controls Mockingbird. I hope that makes sense. Yeah, because the identity of the player who controlled the defeated ally. Okay, now we're on the base value. a defined value before modifiers are applied. In most cases, it is also the printed value. So base value is like 2 attack, 3 defense, 1 thwart on Spider-Man. Basic card. Cards in the basic classification are cards that are not associated with a specific identity or aspect. Okay, I was talking about this earlier. They're not associated with a specific identity or aspect. So again, confirming that it's not an aspect. When building a deck, a player may customize the remainder of their deck, the portion not allocated to their identity-specific cards, using basic cards. A card is designated as basic if it has the word basic printed at the bottom of the card in its deck building classification area. Basic cards are not aspect cards. Again, confirming that. Basic power. A basic power is a statistic that allows a character to perform a certain game function. There are 5 different basic powers. Attack power, ATK, can be used by a character to perform a basic attack and deal damage to another character. Generally, heroes, allies, villains, and minions have attack power. Thwart power. Thwart can be used by a character to perform a basic thwart and remove threat from a scheme. Generally, heroes and allies have thwart power. Defense power. DEF can be used by a character to perform basic defense and prevent damage from an attack. Generally, only heroes have defense power. Recovery power can be used by a character to perform basic recovery and heal damage from themselves. Generally, only alter egos have recovery power. I like how they're saying generally here to like leave the door open for if they do decide to print recovery on like a hero side or something, or a minion. Scheme power. Scheme can be used by a character to perform a basic scheme and place that on the main scheme. Generally, villains and minions have scheme power. Boost icons. Each time the villain attacks or schemes, the villain is given 1 face-down card from the encounter deck as a boost card. Minions with the villain's keyword are also given a boost card when they activate. During the activation, and after any defenders are declared, if the villain is attacking, each boost card on the enemy is turned face up 1 at a time. It's interesting that they said each boost card on the enemy, as if I'm placing the boost card like literally on top of Claw. Add the number of boost icons on each card to that enemy's attack value if it is attacking, or scheme value if it is scheming for that activation. Boost icons are located at the bottom right of the card. If the boost field has a star icon, it indicates that the card has a boost ability. Refer to that card's text box and resolve the boost ability when the card is turned face up. The boost ability is located beneath the divider line in the text box. This is important to remember that it's beneath the divider line. A star icon is not itself considered a boost icon, and does not contribute to the villain's attack or scheme value. Only the ability text beneath the divider line is active on a card that is resolving as a boost card. Damage dealt by a boost ability is not considered to be damage dealt by the activation during which the boost ability is resolved. During which the boost ability resolved. If additional boost cards are resolved for an activation, the boost icons are cumulative and all boost abilities on those cards resolve. After applying a boost card to an activation, discard it. If an enemy is dealt a boost card outside of its own activation, that boost card remains face down on that enemy until that enemy activates. If that enemy is a villain or a minion with the villain's keyword, it still gets dealt another boost card at the start of its activation as normal. Campaign mode, C modes of play. Campaign specific card. Cards in the campaign specific classification are cards that belong to a campaign's set of accompanying cards. Campaign specific cards can only be used during a campaign from the same product, determined by that product's set icon. A campaign's rules determine how players utilize campaign-specific cards within that campaign. A campaign-specific card is designated by the word campaign, printed at the bottom of the card in its encounter set name area. Okay, that's pretty simple. Cancel. Some card abilities can cancel card or game effects. Cancel abilities interrupt the initiation of effects and prevent them from resolving. Anytime the effects of an ability are canceled, the ability, apart from its effects, is still regarded as initiated, and any costs are still paid. Only the effects are prevented from initiating and do not resolve. If the effects of an event card are canceled, the card is still considered played, and it is discarded. If the effects of a treachery card are cancelled, the card is still regarded as revealed, and it is still placed in the counter discard pile. Cancel effects are considered a subtype of replacement effect, with the cancelled effect being replaced with no effect. Abilities dependent on the cancelled effect cannot trigger as a result as the cancelled effect is not considered to have occurred. So a simple example of this, I guess, would be, let's say one of Claw's treacheries, and then Spider-Man's enhanced spider sense. So in this situation, the enhanced spider sense says here interrupt when a treachery is revealed from the encounter deck, cancel its when revealed effects. So technically, I guess Sonic Boom is still revealed, but the effects are canceled. So then it's revealed. You don't do the when revealed effects, so I don't spend one of each type of resource, and then this is discarded. Seems fairly straightforward. Cannot. The word cannot is absolute and cannot be countermanded by other abilities or effects. If two abilities or rules conflict, the ability or rule with cannot takes precedence. Okay, so cannot is the strongest thing in the game. It cannot be. The word cannot be countermanded. That's just really funny to me. Okay, card ability. Just see ability. Card types. A card's type denotes various rules and game functions associated with that card. Ally event, identity, player, side scheme, resource, support, and upgrade cards are types of player cards. Interesting. Oh, yeah, the identity card, not like identity specific cards. So this is talking about literally my identity, not all of the cards that belong to Peter's set. Attachment, environment, main scheme, minion, obligation, side scheme, treachery, and villain cards are types of encounter cards. If an ability causes a card to change its card type, it loses all other card types it might possess and functions as would any card of the new card type. Any cards attached to a card that changes type remain attached, but only those abilities that refer to the new card type remain active. For example, if an ally's card type is changed to a minion, an upgrade that says attached ally gets +1 attack would no longer provide that ally turned minion with bonus attack, but an attachment that says attached character cannot attack would still apply because minions are also attackers. An ally that has been changed to a minion does not take consequential damage after it attacks or schemes. Okay, that's really nice to see. Most of the time it will say that its text box is blanked except for traits and tell you if it takes consequential damage or not. But here is nice. So you do treat the upgrade as still on the ally that turned into a minion. But if something refers specifically to an ally gaining attack, it would no longer work. But if it says the character gains attack, it would still have that attack against you. That's an interesting distinction. Character. Identities, heroes and alter egos, allies, villains, and minions are all characters. I got confused by this in the beginning with Aunt May, actually. Because if you look at Aunt May, it says persona support. So I was wondering if that meant that Aunt May was technically a character, which I eventually figured out it didn't mean. But it's nice that it's defined here very clearly so that Aunt May isn't a character, even though it has a persona trait. The traits are kind of weird. I don't think the traits were thought out from the beginning. I think they just sort of threw traits down that made sense at the time. Anyways, okay, choose game element. The phrase choose a game element, such as an ally, minion, or scheme, indicates that a player must select a game element that meets the specific requirements of an ability. The player resolving the ability that uses the word choose is the player who makes the choice specified by the card. If a player card ability requires the choosing of one or more targets, and there are no valid targets for any part of the ability cannot be initiated. Okay. This is funny that the red is like specifying plurals here. So basically, if there are no valid targets for any part of the ability cannot be initiated. But it looks like if there is a valid targets for at least part of the ability, then you can still initiate it. Okay, if multiple targets are required to be chosen by the same player, simultaneously choose as many as are available to a maximum of the specified number. Okay, any An effect that can choose any number of targets does not successfully resolve if 0 of those targets are chosen. Okay, so if multiple targets are required to be chosen by the same player, simultaneously choose as many as are available to a maximum of the specified number. Okay. This might... I want to read the next version of choose. Choose options. Some abilities instruct a player to choose between multiple options. For example, choose to either take 1 damage or discard 1 card from your hand. When an encounter card requires a player to choose an option, they must choose an option they can resolve. If they cannot fully resolve an option, they must choose the option that they can most fully resolve. Okay. If they cannot fully resolve any option, they must choose the option they can most fully resolve. Okay, that is not very clear to me. What determines what you can most fully resolve if you can't resolve all of either? It seems like that's kind of subjective. I don't really like that rule. When a player card requires a player to choose an option, they cannot choose an option that cannot be at least partially resolved. This includes options that have a cost the player cannot pay, require 1 or more targets, and there are no valid targets. Okay, that makes sense to me, but this one here, this probably won't come up that much, but then yeah, I don't like the way this interacts with the Grim rule either. This is confusing to me. So classifications. A card's classification is the group that a card belongs to, as determined by its specific attributes. Cards in the identity-specific classification are cards that belong to an identity set of accompanying cards. Cards in the aspect classification are cards that belong to the aggression, justice, leadership, protection, and or pool aspects. Cards in the basic classifications are not associated with a specific identity or aspect. They're saying this for like the 3rd time. That's good though. At least you don't have to read the entire thing to figure that out. Cards in the scenario-specific classification are cards that belong to a scenario set of accompanying cards. Cards in the modular encounter set or modular set classification are cards that belong to a modular set of encounter cards. Cards in the campaign-specific classification are cards that can only be used during a campaign from the same product. Okay. Cards in the standard classification are cards that are added to most scenarios. Okay. Cards in the expert classification are cards that are added to scenarios when playing expert mode. Okay, that's all pretty straightforward. Confused/confused. Confuse is a status that cancels the character's next scheme or thwart. If an ability confuses a character, give that character a confused status card. A character is confused if it has a confused status card. A character with the steady keyword is confused only if it has 2 confused status cards. So this is an interesting distinction that comes up, that some abilities like Miles says that like if the character has a confused status card, then you trigger it instead of that character is confused. So things that say has the status card will work on a steady character even if it doesn't have 2 and is technically all the way confused. The character has an ability stating that it cannot be confused. Confused status cards cannot be placed on that character and cannot be countermanded. So you just can't do it. If a confused identity or ally attempts to thwart or use a thwart ability, discard the confused card instead. Costs associated with the thwart attempt, including exhausting the character, must still be paid. A confused character can attempt to thwart or use a thwart ability, even if it has no valid target for a thwart. If a confused villain or minion would scheme, discard the confused status card instead, as a thwart action or scheme activation was replaced by the removal of the confused status card. That character is not considered to have thwarted or schemed. Okay, that all seems to make sense to me. And since it's a replacement effect, you didn't technically actually thwart or scheme. You just discarded the confused status card instead. Okay. So consequential damage. After an ally attacks, it takes consequential damage equal to the number of consequential damage icons beneath its attack field. After an ally thwarts, it takes consequential damage equal to the number of consequential damage icons beneath its thwart field. Okay, so same thing. Consequential damage is dealt to an ally after resolving abilities that are triggered by the ally attacking or thwarting. So yeah, this is the thing on the timing chart later. Consequential is last, which is good to know. If the target of an ally's basic power leaves play, before that ally deals damage equal to its attack or moves threat equal to its thwart, The ally does not take consequential damage, but still exhausts. Okay. That ally is not considered to have attacked or thwarted for the purpose of other abilities. For example, Iron Fist's ability reads Interrupt when Iron Fist attacks an enemy. Remove one Mystic counter from him, stun that enemy, and deal 1 damage from it. If this effect defeats the enemy Iron Fist was attacking, the basic attack aborts as soon as the target leaves play, so Iron Fist does not take consequential damage from it. That's an interesting distinction there. So when Iron Fist attacks, the 1 Mystic counter removing would stun that enemy and deal 1 damage to it. So if that defeats that enemy, Iron Fist didn't actually finish his attack. So then he doesn't take consequential damage. That's an interesting example. Constant ability, see ability, control, see ownership and control, copy. Okay. A copy of a card is defined by title. A second copy of a card is any other card that shares the same title and subtitle, if any, regardless of a card's type, text, artwork, or any other different characteristics between the cards. So this was something that came up when I was playing Black Panther. There's multiple copies of Wakanda Forever, and they have different resource types on them. But so I thought that since it wasn't exactly the same card, and it had different resource types, it wasn't identical either, that I could grab multiple of them, but that's not the case. So it's defined by title. So another example would be Jubilee's Plasmoid Energy. Even though they have different resource types and they're not exactly the same card, since they share the same title, a second copy of a card is any other copy. So if it says shuffle 1 of each card copy or something like that, you can only choose 1 of them. Okay, that's good to know. Cost. A card's resource cost is the numerical value that must be paid to play the card. Some abilities have a cost described in the ability text that must be paid to use the ability. A cost arrow icon in the ability text distinguishes a cost from an effect in a pay cost result effect format. Text indicating the time eggman interrupt or the response trigger that precedes a cost arrow is not considered part of the cost. Okay. A resource cost with the per player icon is multiplied by the number of players who started the scenario. If a cost with the per player icon is reduced, the total cost of the card is reduced, not the value that is multiplied by the number of players. Okay, so to pay a resource cost, a player spends resources that they generate by discarding cards from their hand or by using resource card abilities. Resources generated to pay for an ability on a card are considered to have been paid for that card. That is another interesting example there of, this has come up before for me, that with the psionic cards, where the ones that like when you can spend 2 mentals to trigger an effect, you can actually use Power of the Mind there because you're technically paying for that card, even though you're not playing the card. You're just paying for an ability on that. But this rule to pay for an ability are considered to have been paid for that card. So that can come up sometimes. While paying a cost, a player is permitted to generate resources beyond the specified cost. Resources generated beyond the specified cost are considered to have been overpaid for that cost and were not paid for that cost. Any resources that are generated beyond the specified cost are lost after paying that cost. If multiple costs for a single card or ability require payment, those costs must be paid simultaneously. An ability's cost cannot be paid if that ability's effect requires 1 or more targets and there is not at least 1 valid target. While a player is paying a cost, that player must pay costs with cards and/or game elements they control. If a cost uses the word choose, the player can choose targets they do not control. Okay, that's an interesting bullet there, that they can choose targets they don't control. If a cost requires a game element that is not in play, the player paying the cost may only use the game elements that are in their own out-of-play areas. A cost requiring any number or up to some number of game elements requires a minimum of 1 such game element. Some card abilities may reference an additional cost. A player must pay all additional costs simultaneously with the cost that is being added to, even if multiple cards or abilities are adding separate additional costs. A player cannot pay the original cost or any of the additional costs individually. If they cannot pay for all of those costs at once, then they do not pay any of the costs and the effect associated with the cost does not occur. Okay, so it's just a very long way of saying that you have to pay everything all at once and you can't, for instance, do something that will get you a card draw in the middle of it and then use that other card to pay. You have to pay it all up front. If dealing damage is a cost, that cost is considered paid even if some or all of that damage is prevented. Okay. If taking damage is a cost, that cost is not considered paid unless all of that damage was taken. If any of the damage was prevented, then the cost has not been paid. Okay, this is an interesting distinction here between dealing damage and taking damage. So first damage is dealt, and then you can have a chance to modify that, and then damage is taken. So it's important to remember to distinguish between the cost that is taking damage versus dealing damage. Okay. Cost arrow icon. A cost arrow icon is an ability text. An ability text distinguishes a cost from an effect in a pay cost resolve effect format. Non-bolded text before the cost arrow icon must be paid and or resolved in full before the text after the cost arrow icon can be resolved. Okay, so they're basically just talking about the same thing again. Counter, see all-purpose counter. Crisis icon. While at least one crisis icon is in play, threat cannot be removed from the main scheme by any player. Okay, so this is important. Crisis icon is like the strongest version of you cannot do anything. So like patrol, you can get around. But crisis, you cannot get around because it's just threat cannot be removed from the main scheme by any player. So for instance, doing an action that removes threat but isn't technically a thwart won't work on crisis. Okay, damage. Damage reduces a character's hit points. If a character has 0 or fewer remaining hit points, it is defeated. Damage on an identity or villain is tracked by a hit point dial. If such a character takes damage, reduce its dial by the amount of damage that it took. Damage on an ally or minion is tracked by damage tokens. If such a character takes damage, place the specified value of damage tokens on that character. When damage is dealt to a character, that character takes damage. When the amount of damage an effect deals is modified, the amount of damage the character takes is similarly modified. When the amount of damage a character takes is modified, such as damage being prevented, the amount of damage is dealt is not modified. So that's an important distinction. The damage is dealt, and then that is kind of already happened, and then you take damage. So if you're stopping the amount, if you're modifying the amount that you're taking, you're not modifying the amount that has been dealt. But it's saying here that when the amount of damage an effect deals is modified, the amount of damage a character takes is similarly modified. So if something specifically says that it modifies the amount of damage dealt, it modifies that amount of damage dealt, and then you would take it / have an option to reduce the amount taken. This is a little, it makes sense to me, but it's a little convoluted. It's just the important distinction here, I think, is that dealing damage and taking damage are separate steps. And when a card refers to dealing or taking damage, you would account for it specifically in the step where you're dealing or taking that damage. Okay, the order of resolution for effects surrounding the dealing and taking damage are as follows. Okay, this is perfect. I'm really glad there's a timing trigger here. So, 1, abilities that trigger when a character would deal / be dealt any amount of damage. Then, tough status cards. Then, abilities that trigger when a character would take any amount of damage. Okay, and then 4, abilities that trigger when the character takes any amount of damage. 5, placing of damage on the character. 6, abilities that trigger when the character would be defeated. 7, abilities that trigger when the character is defeated. 8, when defeated abilities. 9, discarding of a defeated character. 10, abilities that trigger after a character deals / is dealt / takes any amount of damage, or after the character defeats / is defeated. Okay, so this is a good thing to remember. So if anything comes up that is confusing around dealing, taking damage, tough status cards, etc., the timing chart on page 14 will be really useful. Okay. Dash value. A value presented as a dash indicates that value cannot be used. If a card has a dash as its cost value, the card cannot be played and can only enter play through other means. If a character's power, attack, defense, recovery, scheme, and thwart has a dash value, the character cannot exhaust to use that power. And if a game step or card ability references the value of a dash, that value is treated as an unmodifiable 0. Okay, so basically you cannot pay for things with a dash, Stats with a dash cannot be used. You cannot exhaust a character to use a stat that has a dash. And then if something refers to the dash, you treat it as a 0 that you cannot increase or decrease. Okay, makes sense. Deal an encounter card. During step 3 of the villain phase, each player is dealt one face down encounter card. If a card ability instructs a player to be dealt an encounter card, the player takes the top card of the encounter deck and places it face down in front of them. This card is not revealed at this time. This card is added to the queue of cards that player resolves during the villain phase. If a player is dealt an encounter card during step 3 or 4 of the villain phase, the extra encounter card is added to the queue of cards that are being dealt and revealed in those same steps. Okay. Deck. There are 4 main types of decks that appear in the game: the player deck, the encounter deck, the villain deck, and the main scheme deck. Certain identities or scenarios may add other decks to the game. The order of cards within a deck cannot be altered unless a player is instructed to do so by a game step, game function, or card ability. Okay, that's pretty standard for decks. And then deck customization is in Appendix 1. Defense is under basic power defend. Defeat. If a character has 0 or fewer remaining hit points, or if a side scheme has no threat on it, it is defeated. If an ally, minion, or side scheme is defeated, it is discarded. If an identity or stage of the villain is defeated, it is removed from the game. Okay, pretty straightforward. Defend/defense. During an enemy attack, a player may defend against that attack using cards they control. Only one player at a time can defend against an enemy attack. While a player is defending, other players cannot defend against that same attack. A hero can use their basic defense power to defend against an enemy attack. A hero must exhaust to use this power. The amount of damage dealt by the attack is reduced by the hero's defense value, and any remaining damage is dealt to that hero. While a hero is defending against an attack, other friendly characters cannot defend against that attack. When a card ability says to declare a hero the defender of an attack, that hero is considered to be making a basic defense. Okay, so even if you're not technically making a basic defense, you are considered to be making a basic defense. So you could trigger your cards that would normally trigger off of the basic defense in that situation. Okay, an ally can exhaust to defend against an enemy attack. Damage from the attack is dealt to that ally. While an ally is defending against an attack, other friendly characters cannot defend against that attack. When a card ability says to declare an ally the defender of an attack, that ally becomes the defender of the attack. Okay, so it's basically just the same thing, but they're distinguishing it for allies specifically. Okay, this is going to be long. When a player initiates a triggered ability labeled as a defense, such as Hero Interrupt Defense, during an enemy attack, that player's identity becomes a defender and is considered to have defended the attack if there is not already a defender. The player's identity is considered to be the defender as soon as the defense labeled ability begins resolving. Abilities that trigger when your hero defends against an attack can be triggered when resolving a defense labeled ability. Playing a defense labeled ability is not a basic defense and does not cause a hero to reduce the amount of damage dealt by that hero's defense. Unless specified by the ability's text, a hero does not exhaust when using a defense labeled ability. The defending player may resolve any number of defense abilities during an enemy attack, as long as the triggering conditions of those abilities are met. Once a player resolves a defense labeled ability during an enemy attack, other players cannot resolve defense labeled abilities for that same attack. Defense labeled abilities can be played during an attack by a player whose ally is defending that attack. In that case, the player's identity does not become the defender. A player can trigger abilities labeled as a defense outside of an attack if the ability's triggering condition is met. When triggered this way, the player's identity is not considered to have defended an attack. Okay, that's an interesting point. I'm not sure when that would come up, but I guess it's there if you need to reference it. If a player defends against an enemy attack that targets a different player, either by defending with a character they control or by resolving a defense ability, the defending player becomes the new target of that attack. Any triggered ability that refers to you refers to the player who was targeted for the attack when the ability resolved. For example, the you in an ability that triggers when an enemy attacks you refers to the player against whom the attack initiated, while the you in an ability that triggers after an enemy attacks you refers to the player whose character defended the attack. Okay, that's a little confusing, but I think it does make pretty good sense. When and after are different. So the villain initiates the attack, and then trigger abilities that would trigger there would go against the player the villain attacked. But then after that is the timing in which you would get to defend for a different player. So yeah, they're different steps. So you just have to track who the target of the attack is at that time for the ability. So any constant or boost abilities that refer to you refer to the defending player. If no character is used to defend against an enemy attack, that attack is considered undefended. Additionally, if a defending ally is defeated before damage from the attack is dealt, such as through a boost ability, the attack is considered undefended. Abilities that trigger after a character defends an attack resolve after that attack ends. If an effect causes a defended attack to end before fully resolving, the attack is still considered to have been defended. If an ability triggers after a character uses a basic power, that ability triggers after an attack in which a character made a basic defense resolves. Okay. Delayed effect. Some abilities contain delayed effects. Such abilities specify a future timing point or indicate a future condition that may arise and dictate an effect that is to happen at that time. Delayed effects resolve automatically and immediately after the specified timing point or future condition occurs or becomes true, and before responses to that point or condition may be used. Delayed effects have the same timing priority as constant effects. When a delayed effect resolves, it is treated as a new triggered ability, even if the delayed effect was originally created by a triggered ability. Okay, this is fairly rare that it will come up, but I'm glad it's in here. The example that comes to mind immediately for me is Kang. When you defeat Kang 1, it's at the end of the phase that you switch to reveal the new Kangs and side schemes and stuff. So in that case, it's a delayed effect, and then it comes in as a new triggered ability with the same timing as a constant effect. I'm glad that's clear now. Okay, discard. Discarding is the act of attempting to move a card from a non-discard pile play area to a discard pile. If a player card is discarded, it is placed face up on top of the owning player's discarded pile. If an encounter card is discarded, it is placed face up on top of the encounter's discard pile. If multiple cards are discarded from a player's hand or from play by a singular effect, place those cards in the appropriate discard pile in any order. If multiple cards are discarded from a deck by a singular effect, place those cards in the appropriate discard pile one at a time without changing the order. These discards are considered simultaneous. Responses to the discarding of any of those card types are resolved after all discards are made. If a player looks at a number of cards from the top of a deck and discards one or more of those cards are considered to have been discarded from the top of that deck. Okay. Discard pile. A discard pile is an out-of-play area that contains cards that have been discarded throughout the game. Each player has their own discard pile, and the encounter deck has its own discard pile. Each discard pile is open information and may be looked at by any player at any time. The order of cards in the discard pile may not be changed unless the player is instructed to do so by a card ability. Any ability that would shuffle a discard pile of 0 cards back into a deck does not shuffle the deck. Okay, that's nice. So you don't have to shuffle the deck unless something actually goes in. So you don't have to just do phantom shuffles basically. Okay, double-sided card. A double-sided card, a card is double-sided if neither of its sides has a card back, player, villain, or encounter. When a double-sided card would enter an out-of-play area other than the victor displayer's set-aside area, it is removed from the game. If the double-sided card has a standard mode only and expert mode only sides, it is put into play with the expert mode only side face up if the players are playing expert mode. Otherwise, the card is put into play with the standard mode only side face up. That's interesting. So in Heroic, I think that in Heroic you should put the expert mode only side out, but based off this, it says that it's put and expert mode. It is put into play with the expert mode only side face up if the players are playing expert mode. So if you're playing Heroic mode, it looks like you're supposed to put standard mode only, but I don't know. I think that might be a bit of an oversight here. But obviously, you can. It's just a board game, so you can choose. You can choose what side, even if it's not technically perfect in the rules here. Drawing cards. If a player is instructed to draw one or more cards, those cards are drawn from the top of their deck one at a time. Drawn cards are added to a player's hand. Each player's hand size is checked at the end of the player phase. If a player has more cards in their hand than their hand size value at this time, they must choose and discard cards from play, or not from play, from hand until they are at their hand size. Okay? Each player. When each player is instructed to resolve an effect, each player resolves that effect one at a time. If the effect does not specify what order the players resolve the effect in, the first player decides the order. Okay, that's interesting because I would have assumed that it was you would go in player order, but when it says each player, again, the first player is deciding the order. So it seems like almost every time there's something ambiguous, they're saying that the first player is deciding the order, and you're not actually doing the Grim rule here. Which I guess the Grim rule technically says is if you can't find it, so I guess that's why they're specifying the first player decides the order all the time. I don't know, that's interesting to me. If a player cannot fully resolve the effect, they resolve it as fully as possible. For example, if each player is instructed to discard a certain number of cards from the encounter deck, and the deck empties while one player is discarding from it, that player stops discarding as soon as the deck is emptied. After the deck is reset and an acceleration token is placed next to the main scheme deck, the main players resume discarding it. Interesting. Yeah, I'm glad they added that little example. But basically, anytime you're discarding from the top of a deck and that deck runs out, you just stop. But then, in this case, you do still switch players, which is an important thing to add. Each time, see alteration effect, see ability and cost, empty deck, see encounter deck, and player deck. Okay, encounter card. There are 8 encounter card types: attachment cards, environment cards, minion cards, main scheme cards, obligation cards, side scheme cards, treachery cards, and villain cards. Encounter cards belong to various classifications, such as scenario-specific encounter cards or modular set encounter cards. Most encounter cards have an orange card back. Okay, that's pretty straightforward there. Now, encounter deck. The encounter deck contains the encounter cards, attachments, environments, minion, side schemes, and treacheries that players can face during a scenario. The order of cards within the encounter deck cannot be changed unless the player is instructed to do so by a game step, game function, or card ability. If the encounter deck is empty, the encounter card discard pile is immediately shuffled to create a new encounter deck. When this occurs, place an acceleration token next to the main scheme deck. If a card ability discards a specified number of cards from the encounter deck, or until a card with the specific criteria is discarded, discard cards from the encounter deck until the discarded condition is met or the encounter deck is empty. If the encounter deck is emptied this way, that card ability is considered to be fulfilled. Do not continue the discard effect with the newly shuffled encounter deck. Okay, if there are no cards in both the encounter deck and the encounter discard pile simultaneously, such as all cards from the encounter deck being in play, an infinite loop occurs with an infinite number of acceleration tokens being placed next to the main scheme deck. If this happens, the players lose. Okay, that's a funny example of if for some reason everything possible was in play, the players lose. That's really funny. I can't think of a situation where that would come up because you'd have to get rid of every single treachery in the game too. Yeah, I guess what could happen would be that every single card was dealt to you. So if like 4 players if you're in like a 4-player game and everyone, and like maybe one player was playing Star-Lord or something and kept dealing themselves encounter cards, you could technically lose the game that way. That's really funny. That's really funny to me. Okay. Encounter discard pile. See discard pile. Encounter set. An encounter set is a grouping of encounter cards. There are 4 types of encounter sets: scenario-specific encounter sets, modular encounter sets, the standard set, and the expert set. Okay, end of player phase. At the end of player phase, perform the following steps. In player order, each player may discard any number of cards from their hand and must discard down to their hand size if they have more cards in their hand size. Each player simultaneously draws up to their hand size. Each player simultaneously readies all of their cards. Any effect that lasts until the end of the player phase ends. Resolve any when/after the player phase ends effects. Okay. Enemy. An enemy is a minion or villain. When used as a descriptor, enemy refers to the game elements that belong to the scenario, enemy cards, enemy abilities, etc. Okay, enemy activation, see all of those, enemy attacks, enemy schemes, see other stuff as well. Okay, an energy resource. An energy resource, shows the symbol there, is one of the 4 types of resources. Energy resources can be spent to pay the resource cost of cards and abilities. Some card abilities specifically require energy resources to be spent in order to resolve their effects. Okay, engage. When a minion enters play in a player's play area, it engages that player. Unless otherwise specified by the minion or by the effect that put the minion into play, the minion engages the player who is resolving the current encounter card. An engaged minion remains engaged with the same player until it is defeated, removed from play, or a card ability causes it to engage another player. If a card ability instructs a player to engage a minion, that minion is also considered to have engaged that player. While a minion is engaged with the player, card abilities cannot cause the minion to engage with the same player again, as the two are already engaged. So that's interesting for Thor. So, like, you want to engage minions to get the card draw effect, but like the aggression cards that let you engage a minion, you can't play that on a minion you're already engaged with. So that's interesting to me. Enters play. The phrase enters play refers to any time when a card transitions from an out-of-play area into play. Playing a card, putting a card into play by using a card ability, or revealing a card from the encounter deck are all different means by which a card may enter play. Environment. Environment is an encounter card type that creates an overarching rule or set of rules for the scenario. An environment card enters play in the villain's play area and is active so long as it remains in play. If an environment enters play, it remains in play until a card ability or game effect causes it to leave play. Okay, event. Event is a player card type that is generally played for an instantaneous effect. Each time a player plays an event card, that player places it. I'm glad they added this. This used to be in the Learn to Play section, but not in the rules, and now it's in the rules reference. Each time a player plays an event card, that player places it face up on the table in front of them. The event is not in play, and then pays its cost, resolves its effects, unless those effects are cancelled, and then places the card in its owner's discard pile after those effects resolve or are cancelled. If the effects of an event are cancelled, the card is still considered to have been played, and its costs remain paid, only if the effects are cancelled. Playing an event card from the hand is always optional for a player unless the event uses the word must in its play instructions. An event card cannot be played if it requires one or more targets and does not have at least one valid target. Event cards are considered to be an extension of an identity, attacks, thwarts, defenses, action abilities, and triggered abilities that resolve from a player playing an event are also considered to be performed by that player's identity. That's really important here, that they're considered to be performed by that player's identity. That will come up a lot. So, if an effect modifies the amount of damage an event deals, or the amount of threat an event removes, and that event deals multiple instances of damage, or removes multiple instances of threat, each of those instances is modified. If an effect modifies the amount of damage an attack deals rather than an event, and an event initiates multiple attacks, only the first of those attacks has its damage modified. Okay. Excess damage. Excess damage is any amount of damage that is dealt to a character beyond that character's remaining hit points. Exhausted. If a card is exhausted, it is rotated 90 degrees. An exhausted card cannot be readied. It cannot be exhausted again until it is ready. Cards are typically readied by a game step or card ability. A card ability on an exhausted card is active and can still interact with the game state. However, if an exhausted card must exhaust to pay the cost of using its ability, that ability cannot be used until the card is ready. Okay, expert mode, see modes of play. Expert set. The expert set is an encounter set that is added to scenarios during expert mode. The expert set is not a modular encounter set and cannot be selected by the players or randomly when a scenario requires players to choose a modular encounter set to include in that scenario. Cards in the expert classification are any cards that have the words expert printed at the bottom of the card in its encounter set name area. Okay. Find. When instructed to find a card, a player searches each game area where that card could be found. Play area, side area, player deck, discard pile, encounter deck, etc. Players should not unnecessarily search game areas if they know where the card they are looking for can be found. Okay, that's a good point. So yeah, that is good. All game areas are subject to search when resolving a find instruction with the following exceptions. Face down encounter cards, the victory display, cards that have been removed from the game. That's interesting. These exceptions, I wouldn't necessarily have thought that they were exceptions. I guess specifically cards that have been removed from the game. If a player is instructed to find and reveal a minion that is already in play, that player engages that minion and resolves any keywords and or triggered abilities that are solved as a result of that minion being revealed. Okay, that's interesting. I didn't actually... I think I would have done that correctly. I can't remember the time that has come up, but it wasn't... That's not something that I was expecting to read here. That minion retains all attachments and tokens on it. That minion is not considered to be entering play. That minion is considered to engage that player unless it was already engaged with that player. Okay. First player. A first player is determined by the players at the beginning of the game. The first player token is used to indicate which player is the first player. At the end of the round, during step 5 of the villain phase, the player's path token. The first player token passes to the next clockwise player, who becomes the first player for the next round. If the first player is eliminated, the first player token immediately passes clockwise to the next player. I'm glad that came up. So it would happen immediately, so in the middle of the round. The players as a group are encouraged to work together, but the first player decides the following. Okay, they're actually listing what the first player decides here. That's nice. If an encounter card targets a specified player or card, and there are multiple eligible targets, the first player selects among those eligible options, whereas before I definitely would have thought that the Grim rule would choose that. If an encounter card requires a card ability to be resolved, a game function to be formed, or a choice to be made that does not specify which player should act, the first player does so. If 2 or more effects would resolve simultaneously, the first player decides the order in which to resolve them. Okay, basically what I'm seeing here is that you can pretty much replace the Grim rule with the first player chooses, and then you should probably be fine. I'm going to keep that in mind going forward, but so far, it seems like anytime there's been ambiguity around it, you don't actually use the Grim rule and the first player chooses. Okay. The first player has timing priority in the following situation. The first player has the first opportunity to use an interrupt at each appropriate game moment. Interrupt opportunities then proceed among the remaining players in player order. Okay, that's interesting that there's like a interrupt window that's like passing through the players in player order. I didn't realize that. I don't think it comes up really, but I guess if like 2 players want to trigger an interrupt off the same thing, the first player would trigger their interrupt first. And I mean, you could do it in the other option because you have the opportunity. So I'm pretty sure like the second player could do an interrupt, and then the first player could do it if they wanted to in that order. That's an interesting thing to specify. The first player has the first opportunity to use a response at each appropriate game moment. Response opportunities then proceed among the remaining players in player order. Okay, that's the same thing. Flip. When instructed to flip a card, turn that card upside down so that the face that was face up is now face down. A foldable 3-sided card is considered to have flipped at any time the face up side of those card changes. When a card flips, if the new face up side of that card has the same card type as the previous face, the card retains all attachments, status cards, and tokens. And a different card type in the previous face, all attachments, status cards, and tokens are discarded from that card. Okay. That is interesting. When a card flips, the new face-up side of that card has the same card type. The card retains all attachments, status cards, and tokens. It looks like... Okay. I'm trying to think above... I'm flipping Peter Parker over and over again because hero... It seems like the card type is hero. And the alter ego card type is alter ego, but you... As far as I've been playing, if you're stunned and then you flip to alter ego, then you don't just discard that. Okay, that's interesting. I want to check on this later. Because I'm guessing what the idea is that this is your identity card type, but it says hero here. It is different than the event, as you can see here. Like the label is slightly different versus event. It has like a not clear outline. I want to check on that. Let's actually do that right now. Go to alter ego. Alteration, alter ego. So, okay. Alter ego, form. So you see form and identity. So I was just about to get to it. Okay, I gotta scroll back down here. So I'm on flip. Form. Okay, well, I'll save this question till I get there. I'm gonna go skip ahead to identity though and just look at it. So identity is a player card type that represents which character playing is a player is playing in the game. Okay, that answers the question, I think. That the player card type of this card is identity, not hero and not alter ego. Okay, I'm glad I resolved that. Okay, and for each indicates an effect is repeated based on the number of countable game elements. Based on the number of a countable game element, if an effect with for each requires a target, that effect applies to a single target unless the for each clause includes a choose instruction. For example, an effect that reads for each treachery looked at this way, remove one threat from a scheme, remove that from a single scheme. Alternatively, an effect that reads for each upgrade you control, choose an enemy and deal 2 damage to it, allows you to choose a different enemy for each upgrade you control. Okay, if a for each effect without a choose instruction deals damage or removes threat, it is considered a single instance of damage dealt or threat removed respectively. If a for each effect with a choose instruction deals damage or removes threat, each iteration of that effect is considered a separate instance of damage or threat removal, even if the same target is chosen multiple times. If another ability modifies a for each effect, that modifier is applied to each instance of the for each effect. For example, Flurry of Blades is an event that has the effect for each Sai Katana, choose an enemy and deal 2 damage to it. If modified by an effect that says this event deals 1 additional damage, Flurry of Blades deals 3 damage to each chosen enemy. Okay, that's nice. Forced. Force is a bold trigger word. If forced precedes a triggered ability, that ability's initiation is mandatory. Okay, that seems obvious. If a forced ability requires one or more targets to resolve and it has no valid targets, it does not initiate. Any costs that would have been paid to initiate the abilities are not paid. For any given triggering condition, forced interrupts take priority and initiate before non-forced interrupts, and forced responses take priority and initiate before non-forced responses. If 2 or more forced abilities would initiate at the same moment, again, the first player determines the order in which the ability initiates, regardless of who controls the cards bearing those abilities. Each forced ability must resolve as completely as possible before the next ability being triggered by the same triggering condition may initiate. Form/change form. A player can be in either hero or alter ego form at a given time. This is indicated by that player's identity card. So yeah, that's indicating the form that you're in, not the card type. Okay. Once each round, during their turn, each player is permitted to change form by flipping their identity. When a player changes form, only the form changes. The character retains their sustained damage, status cards, lasting effects, attachments, tokens, and current state, ready or exhausted. If a card's ability causes a player to change forms, it does not count against the one voluntary form change the player is permitted during their turn that round. While a player is in hero form, card abilities that interact with the alter ego do not interact with their identity. While players in alter ego form, card abilities that interact with their hero do not interact with their identity. Cards with the type form keyword grant identity unique forms. These forms are in addition to the identity's alter ego and hero forms, and they come with their own conditions for changing into them. So think like Spectrum, for instance. When an identity changes their additional form, it does not count against the once per turn limit on flipping from hero to alter ego or vice versa, but it does count as changing form for the purpose of triggering card effects. Cards with the text type form only can only be played or put into play by a player whose identity is in the specified form. Friendly. Friendly is a blanket term that refers to the cards the players control. Game element. A game element is a component or person involved in playing. A component or person. That's funny. So a person's a game element. Involved in playing a game of Marvel Champions. All of the following are game elements. Cards, decks, discard piles, hands of cards, hit point, dials, players, and tokens. So your hand, it specifies of cards, so your hands are not a component, but you are. Okay, I got it. Generate, see resource, gets. If a card ability causes a character to get a statistic, such as +1 attack or 4 hit points, the ability modifies the character's statistic while it is active. If such an ability expires or otherwise becomes inactive, the modified statistic reverts to the value it would have without the modifier. If such an ability causes a character to get hit points, it modifies the character's remaining hit points while the ability remains active, and also modifies the character's maximum hit points while the ability remains active. So, for instance, if you get +3 hit points from endurance, and you have, let's say you have 2 health left, and you get caught off guard, and you have to discard endurance, then you would lose your +3 hit points, and then go down to 0 health, and then lose the game off that. So that's kind of like that. So if you hit points is where it makes. I think the attack is pretty straightforward, but hit points, remembering to subtract your hit points when you lose a hit point upgrade is important. So guard, while a minion with the guard keyword is engaged with a player, that player cannot use cards they control to attack a villain without this keyword. Nice. So originally with Rhino, I'm pretty sure it said you, but now they switched it to cards they control. So that means your allies can't bypass guard. Okay, hand size. Each player checks their hand size at the end of the player phase, either discarding down to or drawing up to the number of cards indicated by their hand size value. When drawing up to their hand size, a player draws cards one at a time, checking after each card is drawn whether they're at their hand size. Hazard icon. During step 3 of the villain phase, for each hazard icon on cards in play, deal one player one additional card, not one card per player. Okay, they're specifying that because that's a common rules mistake. Additional cards are dealt in player order, the first card to the first player, the second to the second player, etc. Heal. If an ability heals a character, damage the character has sustained can be removed from the character. A heal effect can only bring a character to its maximum hit points unless the effect explicitly states it can bring the character above its maximum. Effects that move damage off a character are considered to heal that character. So, for instance, Black Panther moving damage with his upgrade to an enemy, that would be considered healing. Hero form, see form and identity. Heroic mode, see modes of play. Hinder X. When a card with the Hinder X keyword enters play, place X threat on that card. X is the value next to the Hinder keyword. Hit points. Each character, identity, ally, minion, and villain has a hit point value. Hit points represent the durability of that character. When damage is dealt to a character, it reduces the character's remaining hit points, the amount of damage that character can take before reaching 0 hit points. The phrase starting hit points refers to an identity's printed hit point value. An identity or villain's hit point dial represents the remaining hit points. If an identity or villain is damaged, apply the damage by reducing that character's hit point dial by the specified amount. If a player's hit point dial is reduced to 0, that player is defeated and eliminated from the game. If a villain's hit point dial is reduced to 0, that stage of the villain is defeated. If an ally or minion is damaged, track the damage by placing damage tokens on that character. Damage tokens on an ally or minion reduce that character's remaining hit points by the total value of the tokens. An ally or minion with 0 or fewer remaining hit points is defeated and placed in the appropriate discard pile. Okay. Some characters may have an infinite number of hit points, so like the Collector and Hela. A character with infinite hit points cannot be defeated by taking damage, as the amount of damage that character takes will never cause its remaining hit points to reach 0. However, damage may still be dealt to a character with infinite hit points through attacks and card abilities. Icons. Icons are graphical elements that represent various functions within the game. Energy icon. An energy icon is a resource icon that generates 1 energy resource when spent. Mental icon. A mental icon is a resource icon that generates 1 mental resource when spent. A physical icon is a resource icon that generates a physical resource when spent. A wild icon is a resource icon that can generate 1 energy, mental, physical, or wild resource when spent. Acceleration icon. An acceleration icon places additional threat on the main scheme during the villain phase. Amplify icon. An amplify icon increases the number of boost icons on boost cards during enemy activations by 1. Crisis icon. A crisis icon prevents players from removing threat from the main scheme. Hazard icon. A hazard icon increases the number of encounter cards that are dealt to players during the villain phase. Each hazard icon deals one player 1 additional card, not 1 card per player. Okay. A boost icon increases the activating enemy's attack or scheme value during enemy activations. A star icon is used in conjunction with a card's stat or boost field to indicate that there's a mandatory ability in the text box that corresponds to that field. Consequential damage icon. A consequential damage icon is used in conjunction with an ally's attack field or thwart field. After an ally attacks or thwarts, it takes 1 consequential damage for each consequential damage icon in that field. Per player icon. A per player icon next to a value multiplies that value by the number of players who started the scenario. That's important. The started a scenario, so if someone's defeated, like the per player will still be two, for instance. So if two players started the scenario and one is defeated and there's only one player left, all of the per players would still be by 2. Unique icon. A unique icon in a card's title indicates that the card is unique. Okay. Identity is a player card type that represents which character is a player is playing in the game. A player's identity card is a double-sided card that represents their hero on one side and their alter ego on the other side. The side that is face up indicates the form, hero or alter ego, that the player is currently in. Each player begins the game in alter ego form. If a card refers to a hero or alter ego by title, it refers only to the identity with that title and not to the other side of the card. Identity cards cannot be discarded from play. The face-up side of an identity card is considered to be in play. The face-down side of an identity card is considered to be out of play. Identity-specific card. Cards in the identity-specific classification, also sometimes called hero-specific, are cards that belong to an identity's set of accompanying cards. A player's deck must include each identity-specific card associated with their chosen identity card. The exact quantity of each card in that identity-specific set must be included in the deck. Identity-specific cards, along with obligation cards and nemesis encounter set cards, may only be used alongside an identity if those cards share a set icon with that identity. An identity-specific card is designated by the identity icon printed in the bottom right corner of the card. Identity cards are identity-specific cards. That's a funny bullet. I wonder why they had to add that. Okay, in play and out of play. A card is considered to either be in play or out of play, depending on its state within the game. If a card is in play, its text is active and it can affect the game. For player cards, the face-up side of a player's identity card is in play. The face-up ally cards, support cards, and upgrade cards that have entered play, played, put into play, etc. are in play. For encounter cards, the face-up side of the top card of the villain deck and the face-up side of the top card of the main scheme deck are in play. The face-up attachment cards, environment cards, minion cards, obligation cards, and side schemes cards that have entered play, revealed, revealed, put into play, etc. are in play. A card enters play when it moves from an out-of-play area to a play area. Card abilities only interact with and can only target cards that are in play unless the ability text specifically refers to an out-of-play area. Card abilities on all card types except event cards and treachery cards can only be initiated or affect the game while they're in play unless they specifically refer to being used from an out-of-play area. If a card is double-sided, having game text on each side of a card, the face-up card side of the card is in play. If a card is out of play, its text is inactive and cannot affect the game. Event cards and treachery cards implicitly resolve from an out-of-play area by virtue of the rules pertaining to those card types. Cards in a player's hand, deck, and discard pile are out of play. Cards in the encounter deck, discard pile, unrevealed cards in the villain deck, unrevealed cards in the main scheme deck, and face-down encounter cards dealt to the player are out of play. Face-down cards attached to in-play cards are out of play. Any cards that have been removed from the game or that have been set aside are out of play. A card leaves play when it moves from a play area to from a play area to an out-of-play area. If a card is double-sided, having game text on each side of the card, the face-down side is out of play. In player order. If players are instructed to perform a sequence in player order, the first player performs their part of the sequence first, followed by the other players in clockwise order. If a sequence performed in player order does not conclude after each player has performed their part of the sequence once, the sequence of opportunities continues in a clockwise manner until it is complete. The phrase next player always refers to the next clockwise player in player order. Okay, and Site X. When a card with the Incite X keyword is revealed, place X there on the main scheme. X is the value next to Incite keyword. Indirect damage. Some card abilities may deal indirect damage. Indirect damage dealt to a player can be divided as a player chooses among characters under their control. Indirect damage dealt to a group of players or among players can be divided as the group chooses among friendly characters in play. All indirect damage from a single source is first assigned and then resolved simultaneously. While assigning indirect damage, a character cannot be assigned more indirect damage than would cause it to be defeated. This is assessed without accounting for interactions with other abilities, so for instance, tough status cards. A character with a tough status card can be assigned indirect damage up to its remaining hit points, and all damage assigned to it is prevented by its tough status card. Characters that cannot take damage cannot be assigned indirect damage. If indirect damage dealt to a player cannot be assigned to any character that player controls, that damage is ignored. If an enemy's attack deals indirect damage, their indirect damage is dealt during step 4 of the enemy activation, after the players have the opportunity to defend against the attack. Only the defending character or the attacked player's identity, if the attack was undefended, is considered to have been attacked, even if other characters were assigned some or all of the indirect damage. That's an interesting point. Only the defending character or the character or the attacked player's identity, if the attack was undefended, is considered to have been attacked. So if you get attacked by Sandman, for instance, who deals indirect damage, you can assign that to your allies, and then even if you don't take any damage or get assigned any damage, you're still the one being attacked. Okay, for example, if you take 5 indirect damage, but you control an ally with 4 hit points remaining, you may assign 4 of that indirect damage to that ally, then assign the remaining 1 indirect damage to your identity. Infinite hit points, see hit points. Okay, and now we're on to another timing chart. So, initiating abilities. When a player wishes to play a card or initiate a triggered ability, that player first declares their intent. Then the player checks the following conditions in order. Check play restrictions. Can the card be played or the ability initiated at this time? If the card or ability specifies 1 or more targets, check that it has at least 1 valid target. If the card or ability does not have at least 1 valid target, it cannot be played or initiated. Step 2, determine the cost to play the card or initiate the ability and the player's ability to pay them, taking modifiers into account. If both conditions are met, follow these steps in order. If playing a card, the player places that card face up on the table in front of them, this card is not in play. Apply any modifiers to the cost, pay the costs. If this step is reached and the cost cannot be paid, abort this process without paying any costs. The card commences being played, or the effects of the ability attempt to initiate. 7. The card is played, or the ability, if not cancelled in the previous step, resolves. The card enters play, or if it is an event card, its effects resolve, and it is placed in its owner's discard pile. If any of the above steps would make the triggering condition of an interrupt ability true, that ability may be initiated just before that triggering condition becomes true. If any of the above steps would make the triggering condition of a response ability true, that ability may be initiated immediately after that triggering condition becomes true. Okay. If the ability being initiated is on a card that is in play, the sequence does not stop from completing if that card leaves play during the sequence, unless the card leaving play prevents the required cost from being paid. Okay. Instead, see replacement effect. Interrupt. An interrupt ability is a type of triggered ability indicated by the bold interrupt timing trigger. Interrupt abilities may be executed anytime the specified triggering condition occurs, as described in the interrupt abilities text. The interrupt ability interrupts the resolution of the specified triggering condition and resolves immediately before that triggering condition resolves. Players can only trigger interrupt abilities on cards they control or on encounter cards. Players cannot trigger interrupt abilities on obligations in other players' play areas. Multiple interrupts may be triggered by the same triggering condition, but each interrupt can only be triggered once per occurrence of the triggering condition. Multiple copies of a card with an interrupt can each be triggered by the same triggering condition. This one's interesting to me. An interrupt ability is executed when its triggering condition initiates, but before that triggering condition resolves. Opportunities to interrupt occur in player order until all players have passed consecutively. Interrupts that use the word would resolve before its triggering condition initiates when that condition becomes imminent. Once all players have consecutively passed on the opportunity to interrupt a triggering condition, further interrupts to that specific triggering condition cannot be used. If an interrupt changes via a replacement effect or cancels an imminent triggering condition, further interrupts to the original triggering condition cannot be triggered. Okay. I think this is something that if you have a rules question in initiating abilities and interrupt, you'll just have to come back and reread this part if it's confusing. Okay, keywords. A keyword is an attribute that conveys specific rules to its card. If a card gains multiple instances of a keyword, any additional instances have no effect unless that keyword is followed by a number, e.g. hinder X, retaliate X, in which case the numbers for each instance are added together. The following keywords are used in the game. Alliance. When a player declares their intention to play an alliance card, any player may help pay the costs of that card. Assault. When a character makes a basic thwart against a scheme with the assault keyword, that character uses its attack instead of its thwart. Form. A card with the form keyword grants an identity a unique form. Guard. While a minion with guard is engaged with the player, that player cannot attack the villain. See guard. Hinder X. When a card with the hinder X keyword enters play, place X threat on that card. Incite X. When a player reveals a card with Incite X, that player places X threat on the main scheme. Linked card title. Cards with the linked keyword are set aside until the card named in parentheses brings the linked card into the game. So the one I think of there is Specialized Training, the player side scheme. Overkill. Excess damage from attacks with overkill are dealt to the identity or villain. Okay. Patrol. While a minion with patrol is engaged with a player, that player cannot thwart the main scheme. Peril. While a player is resolving a card with peril, other players cannot help that player. See peril. Permanent. Cards with permanent cannot leave play. Piercing. Attacks with piercing discard tough status cards from the attack character before damage is dealt. Quick strike. After this enemy engages a player, it immediately attacks that player if they are in hero form. Range. Attacks with ranged ignore retaliate. Requirement. Resources. A card with the requirement keyword cannot be played unless each resource of the specified type is spent while paying for that card's cost. Restricted. A player cannot control more than 2 restricted cards at a given time. Retaliate X. After a character with Retaliate X is attacked, deal X damage to the attacker. Setup. Cards with the setup start the game in play. Stalwart. Characters with the stalwart cannot be stunned or confused. Steady. A character with the steady keyword is not stunned or confused unless it has 2 stunned or confused status cards respectively. Surge. After a player reveals a card with Surge, that player reveals an additional encounter card. Team Up. Cards with Team Up cannot be played unless both characters listed by the keyword are in play. Teamwork trait. After a minion with the teamwork enters play and engages a player, if there is at least one other minion that shares the specified trait in play, each minion that shares the teamwork keyword with the same specified trait activates against the player it is engaged with. Temporary. A card with temporary must be discarded from play at the end of the round. Toughness. When a character with toughness enters play, place a tough status card on it. Uses X type. When a card with uses enters play, place X all-purpose counters from the token pool on that card. After the last all-purpose counter is removed from a card with uses and the effect resolved, discard that card. Victory X. When a card with Victory X is defeated, add it to the victory display. Villainous. When a minion with villainous activates, give it a boost card. And now we move on to labeled ability, which says a labeled ability is a triggered ability with a parenthetical following its bold trigger text that designates that ability as an attack, defense, and or thwart. When a player resolves an ability labeled attack, that ability is considered to be an attack made by that player's identity. When a player resolves an ability labeled defense, that ability is considered to be a defense made by that player's identity. When such an ability is initiated during an attack, the player's identity becomes the defender of that attack. When a player resolves an ability labeled thwart, that ability is considered to be a thwart made by that player's identity. When a player resolves an ability with multiple labels, that ability is considered to be each of the labeled ability types, all made by that player's identity. If a player's ability if a player triggers a labeled ability while their identity has one or more status cards that cancel any of the labeled ability types, the entire ability except for its cost is canceled. The identity is not considered to have attacked, defended, or thwarted. Each status card on the player's identity that cancels any of the labeled ability types is removed when the ability is canceled. For example, an ability labeled attack/thwart will remove both a confused status card and a stunned status card from the identity of the player who triggered the ability. So the thing that comes to mind with this is Multi-Talented, which just came out, which is an attack and a thwart. So if Jubilee is playing that, for instance, and is confused, you still can't attack using that ability because it's both, because it says cancel any of the labeled ability types. The entire ability is canceled. So even if you're only confused, you can't do the 2 damage from it either because it cancels the entire ability. But also, if you were stunned and confused, playing that one card would discard both of those statuses from your identity. Lasting effects. Some card abilities create effects or conditions that affect the game for a specified duration, such as until the end of the phase or until the end of this attack. Such effects are known as lasting effects. For the specified duration of a lasting effect, treat the effect as if it was a constant ability. A lasting effect persists beyond the resolution of the ability that created it for the duration specified by the effect. The effect continues to affect the game for the specified duration whether or not the card that created the lasting effect is in play. Lasting effects have the same timing priority as constant effects. If a card enters play or changes status to meet the criteria of a specified set of affected cards, after the creation of a lasting effect, it is still affected by that lasting effect. A lasting effect expires as soon as the timing point specified by its duration is reached. This means that an until the end of the round lasting effect expires just before and at the end of the round ability or delayed effect may initiate. A lasting effect that expires at the end of its specified time period can only be initiated during that time period. And now leaves play. The phrase leaves play refers to any time when a card transitions from an in-play area to an out-of-play area. Defeating a character, discarding a card from play, placing a card in the victory display, or removing a card from the game are all different means by which a card can leave play. When a card leaves play, there's no memory of its previous state, and it is considered to be a new copy of the card. This came into play with the Goliath ally. So Goliath is an ally that has an ability to get, I think it's +4 attack until the end of the phase. And then if you use that ability and then he dies to consequential damage, and then you make the call, bring Goliath back in, that card will no longer remember that it has +4. So, and also we'll get to this later, pretty soon probably, with the max. That doesn't work, but this is important for things like that. Cards that have effects like that, if you bring them back from the discard pile, will not remember that they have that effect. I guess you can think about it like that. Cards attached to a card that leaves play are discarded. Limit X per period is a limit that appears on some player cards. These limits are card specific. Each copy of an ability with such a limit may be used X times per the specified period per instance of that ability. If an effect with a limit is cancelled, the card is still considered to have been played or the ability initiated, and it counts toward the limit. Linked card title. Cards with the linked keyword cannot be included in a player's deck. Instead, they are set aside at the start of the game if any player's deck includes the card that brings the linked cards into play, indicated in the parentheses following keyword. Linked cards do not count towards the minimum or maximum deck size. Okay. The only thing I can think of right now is the specialized training player side scheme with those upgrades. Okay. Look and looked at. If an ability instructs a player to look at cards that are otherwise hidden from the players, only the player who is resolving the ability can look at those cards. However, that player is permitted to convey any amount of information related to those cards to other players. While players looking at cards in the deck, those cards are still considered part of that deck. After looking at cards in the deck, those cards are returned to that deck in the same order. So look is different than searched. Look, you literally just look at them. You don't change the order or anything. And search is where you go find a card and then you have to shuffle after that. Loses. If a card loses a characteristic, such as a trait, keyword, or ability text, the card functions as if it does not possess the gained characteristic. Lost characteristics are still considered to be printed on the card. A lost characteristic cannot be regained while the ability causing it to be lost is in effect, even if a new effect would cause a characteristic to be gained. So the example that comes to mind with this is Magneto. Magneto is steady, but once you finish all the side schemes, Physical Strange comes out, which says that Magneto loses the steady trait. So it's still considered to be printed, but it is lost. So you treat it as if he isn't steady. Main scheme and main scheme deck. Main scheme is an encounter card type. The main scheme represents the villain's primary objective. During step 1 of the villain phase, place the amount of threat indicated in the main scheme's acceleration field, bottom right corner on that scheme. This value is modified by all active acceleration tokens and icons. If the amount of threat on the main scheme is equal to or greater than its target threat value, that main scheme is completed, and the main scheme deck advances. If the villain completes the final stage of the main scheme deck, the villain wins the game. If the main scheme advances, other than through having threat on it, equal to or greater than its target threat value, the main scheme is not considered completed. When the main scheme deck advances, follow these steps. Step 1, I'm glad that we're getting steps here because the steps make everything a lot clearer. Step 1, remove the top main scheme card from the game. Return all tokens except acceleration tokens that were on that card to the token pool and discard each card attached to it. Resolve any when revealed ability on the A side of the top card of the main scheme deck. Flip the top card of the main scheme deck to its B side. Place threat on that card equal to its starting threat value and resolve any when revealed ability on that side of the card. When the main scheme deck advances, excess threat from the previous stage does not carry over to the new stage. When the main scheme deck advances, acceleration tokens on it carry over to the new stage. Main scheme cards cannot be discarded from play. Maximum. So this is where I was talking about that Goliath example. The words max and maximum impose a maximum across all copies of a card by title for all players. Max X per period imposes a maximum number of times that copies of that card can be played during the designated time period. If a card with a maximum is cancelled, the card is still counted toward the maximum. Oh, I did not know that. So that is unfortunate. Max X per deck restricts the number of copies of that card that may be included in each player's deck. Max 1 per player is player specific and restricts the number of copies of that card that each player may control and play at a given time. A player cannot take control of another copy of a Max 1 per player card they already control. Max 1 per game element restricts the number of copies of that card that can be attached to each indicated game element. For example, if an upgraded is Max 1 per ally, an ally can have at most one copy of that upgrade attached. Max 1 per instance restricts the number of times an ability can be triggered by a single instance of a triggering effect across all copies of the card with the maximum. For example, if an ability has a text max 1 per event, only one card with that ability can be triggered per event played. The parenthetical to a maximum of value within an ability imposes a maximum on that ability for the duration of that ability. A maximum in the form of to a maximum of plus X applies only to the ability that includes the maximum. For example, multiple abilities with the text to a maximum of plus 3 attack can be used in combination to increase a character's attack above plus 3. So that's nice to know. A maximum in the form of to a maximum game element of X applies across all abilities that increase that game element. For example, to a maximum hand size of 7 means the player's hand size cannot exceed 7 as a result of any ability. Maximum hit points. A character's maximum hit points is their base hit points plus or minus all gets hit point modifiers that are active on that character. Okay. The word may indicates that a specified player has the option to resolve the text that follows. If no player is specified, the option is granted to the controller of the card with the ability in question. Mental resource. A mental resource is one of the 4 types of resources. Mental resources can be spent to pay the resource cost of cards and abilities. Some card abilities specifically require mental resources to be spent in order to resolve their effects. Minion. Minion is an encounter card type. Minions represent supporters of the villain and or enemies of the heroes. If a minion enters play, it engages the player who is revealing the card from the encounter deck or resolving the ability that puts the minion into play unless an ability specifies otherwise. If a minion enters play, it remains in play until a card ability or game effect causes it to leave play. If a minion has zero or fewer remaining hit points, it is defeated and discarded. Minions engaged with a player activate one minion at a time and in order of the engaged player's choosing during step 2 of the villain phase after the villain activates. If the engaged player is in hero form, these minions attack. If the engaged player is in alter ego form, these minions scheme. If a minion engages a player during an enemy activation in which all minions engaged with that player are instructed to activate, such as through a boost ability during step 2 of the villain phase, the newly engaged minion will also activate. Oh, just stretching a little bit after all this reading. Modes of play. Before starting a game of Marvel Champions, players can customize their experience by choosing from or combining different modes of play. The modes of play are Standard Mode. Standard Mode is the basic mode of play for all scenarios. To play in Standard Mode, follow the content and set up instructions for the chosen scenario. Expert Mode. Expert Mode is a modification of Standard Mode for advanced players who seek a greater challenge. To play a standard game modified by Expert Mode, follow the content and set up instructions for the chosen scenario using the listed Expert Mode villain stages and add the Expert Encounter set to the Encounter deck. I think it's meant to say to the Encounter deck, but it just says add the Expert Encounter set to Encounter deck. Interesting. Expert Mode can also be combined with Heroic Mode, Skirmish Mode, and or Campaign Mode. That's interesting. So they're distinguishing Heroic and Skirmish as... so Expert is just a modifier. That's interesting, because the idea of playing Skirmish to me, and then also using the Expert scenario, that's an interesting difficulty, I think. Okay, Heroic Mode. Heroic Mode is a modification of Standard Mode that allows players to scale the difficulty of the game. To play a standard game modified by Heroic Mode, before the game begins, the player's group chooses a Heroic level number, such as Heroic level 1 or 4. Then, for the remainder of the game, during step 3 of each villain phase, deal X additional encounter cards to each player, where X is equal to the chosen Heroic level number. Heroic Mode can also be combined with Expert Mode, Skirmish Mode, and or Campaign Mode. Skirmish Mode. Skirmish Mode, also sometimes called Rookie Mode, is a modification of a standard mode that allows players to shorten the length of the game. To play a standard game modified by Skirmish Mode, before the game begins, the player group chooses any one version of the villain. During step 8 of game setup, select scenario, put only the chosen version of the villain into play, and remove each other version in the villain deck from the game. Skirmish Mode can also be combined with Expert Mode, Heroic Mode, and or Campaign Mode. Campaign Mode. Campaign Mode allows players to modify Standard Mode through interconnected scenarios that are played one after another. No two campaigns are exactly alike, and the rules for each are found in the campaign's associated rulebook. Expert Campaign Mode is a modification of Campaign Mode for advanced players who seek a greater challenge. The rules for each Expert Campaign Mode are found in the campaign's associated rulebook. Each campaign comes with its own campaign log. The campaign log is a record of what effects or cards persist between games in a campaign. If a card is removed from a campaign, that card can no longer be used during the rest of the campaign, even if players retry the scenario wherein that card was removed. Interesting. During Campaign Mode or Expert Campaign Mode, players can choose which other modes they wish to play for each individual scenario. The difficulty of the Campaign Mode does not require players to play any other specific game mode. Campaign Mode and Expert Campaign Mode can also be combined with Expert Mode, Heroic Mode, and or Skirmish Mode. That's interesting. I like the idea of playing Campaign Mode, and then the Guardians box, for instance, when you get to Ronin or Nebula, who are very difficult, you could play Ronin or Nebula on Skirmish Mode, whereas an easier one, like Drang, you could even play on Expert Mode, all in the same campaign. I like that idea. Modifiers. The game constantly checks and, if necessary, updates the count of any variable quantity that is being modified. Anytime a new modifier is applied or removed, the entire quantity is recalculated from the start, considering the unmodified base value and all active modifiers. The Calculation of a value treats all modifiers as being applied simultaneously. However, while performing the calculation, all additive and subtractive modifiers are calculated before doubling and/or halving modifiers are calculated. If a value is set to a specific number, the set modifier overrides all non-set modifiers. If multiple set modifiers are in conflict, the most recently resolved set modifier takes precedence. After all active modifiers have been taken into account, if a value is below 0, it is treated as 0 and cannot have negative icons, attributes, traits, costs, or keywords. That's interesting. After all active modifiers have been taken into account for values below 0, it is treated as 0. So this is interesting. This has actually come up a few times, but I'm going to remember that going forward, that things cannot go into negative values. Fractional values are rounded up after all modifiers have been applied. So that's both good and bad, right? Because the villain, you generally don't want them to round up, but for you generally do want yourself to round up. Okay. Modular encounter set. Cards belonging to a modular encounter set, or sometimes called modular set, are a classification of encounter card that can be added to and/or removed from nearly any scenario. During game setup, many scenarios will instruct the players on how many modular encounter sets must be included in that scenario. Depending on the scenario, some modular encounter sets are acquired, while others can be chosen by the players. If a modular encounter set is added to a scenario, it is done so as an entire set, unless specific scenario rules state otherwise. Individual cards from a modular encounter set cannot be included in a scenario without the rest of that set. A modular encounter set card is designated by the modular encounter set's name with which it is associated, printed at the bottom of the card in its encounter set name area. Move. Some abilities allow players to move game elements such as cards, damage, or threat. When an element moves, it cannot move to its same current placement. If there is no valid source or destination for a move, the move cannot be made. It is possible for damage to move between dials and cards, and vice versa. If damage is moved from a dial to a card, increase the hit points tracked by the dial by the specified amount, no higher than the card's maximum hit points, and place the same amount of damage on the card. If damage is moved from a card to a dial, remove damage from the card and reduce the dial by the same amount. If damage is moved to a character, the moved damage is considered to be dealt to that character. If threat is moved to a scheme, the moved threat is considered to be placed on that scheme. So the only thing that is coming to mind here is Black Panther with the vibranium suit. Nemesis encounter set. Each identity in the game comes with an associated Nemesis encounter set. At the start of the game, each player sets aside the cards from their associated Nemesis set out of play. Cards drawn from the encounter deck may instruct the player on how to bring their Nemesis set into play. A Nemesis encounter set is a subset of an identity-specific set. A Nemesis set cards may only be used alongside an identity if those cards share a set icon with that identity. Non-numerical variable. If a non-numerical variable, such as a letter or other symbol, is used in place of a numerical value, treat that variable as being equal to 0 for the purposes of game steps, game functions, and card ability. Non-numerical variable. If a non-numerical variable, such as a letter or other symbol, is used in place of a numerical value, treat that variable as being equal to 0 for the purposes of game steps, game functions, and card abilities. If a non-numerical variable is defined to having a numerical value, such as a card ability assigning a value to X, treat that variable as the defined value. For costs involving the letter X, the value of X is defined by card ability or player choice, after which the amount paid may be modified by effects without changing the value of X. Obligation. Obligation is an encounter card type that represents a commitment or obstacle that an identity's alter ego might have to face or overcome. Abilities on obligations that use the words you or your apply only to the player whose play area the obligation is in. Each identity is associated with one or more obligation cards. If an identity is being played, all of that identity's associated obligation cards are shuffled into the encounter deck during setup. Identity-specific obligation cards are part of their associated identity's identity-specific set. Identity-specific obligation cards can only be used alongside an identity if those cards share a set icon with that identity. If an obligation card is revealed from the encounter deck, and that obligation instructs that it must be given to a specific player, such as give to the Peter Parker player, place that obligation into the player's play area who controls the associated identity. That player must decide how to resolve the obligation. If an obligation cannot be given to the specified player for any reason, ignore the card's ability, remove it from the game, and reveal an additional encounter card. If a player reveals an obligation card from the encounter deck, and that obligation does not instruct that it must be given to a specific player, the player places that obligation into their play area. That player must decide how to resolve the obligation. Only the player with the obligation in their play area can trigger abilities or pay costs on that obligation. If a player draws an obligation card from their player deck, they place that obligation into their play area. The player does not draw a card to replace the obligation unless they are refilling their hand to their hand size. Otherwise. Effects beginning with otherwise resolve only if the preceding effect could not be resolved. If the preceding effect cannot be at least partially resolved, the otherwise effect will resolve. Overkill. If an ally is dealt any amount of excess damage by an attack with the overkill keyword, simultaneously deal damage equal to the excess amount to the identity of the player who controls the ally. If a minion is dealt any amount of excess damage by an attack with the overkill keyword, simultaneously deal damage equal to the excess amount to the villain. Damage dealt by overkill to an identity or villain is considered damage from an attack, but does not constitute an attack against that character. If a card ability counts excess damage dealt, that ability counts the same value of excess damage that is calculated when resolving the overkill keyword. When an ally or minion with a tough status card is dealt excess damage by an attack with the overkill keyword, overkill damage is not dealt to the identity or of that ally's controller or to the villain respectively. Overpay, you see cost, ownership, and control. A card's owner is the player whose deck contained the card at the start of setup. The scenario is considered to be the owner of the encounter deck and each encounter card. Cards interplay under their owner's control. Encounter cards are considered to be under the control of the scenario. Upgrades attached to a card controlled by a player other than the upgrade's owner are controlled by that other player. When a player takes control of a campaign-specific or scenario-specific player card, such as an ally, support, or upgrade, with a player card back, that player becomes the owner of that card until the game ends or another player takes control of that card. Control of a card remains constant unless an ability explicitly causes the card to change control. A player controls the card in their own out-of-play areas, such as the hand, the deck, and the discard pile. If a card that has changed control leaves play after the resolution of the game occurrence that makes it leave play, the card is physically placed in its owner's equivalent out-of-play area, hand, deck, or discard pile, or removed from the game if that player is no longer in the game. Other card abilities cannot interact with this secondary physical placement. If a character changes control while it is in play, it remains in the same state, i.e. readied or exhausted, damaged or not, etc., and is moved to its new controller's play area. Upgrades on a card that changes control also change control to the same new controller. Unless a duration is specified, a control change persists as long as the card remains in play. If an ability that changes control of a card ceases to be in effect, that card reverts to its owner's control. If a game setup or card ability references a card that you control or a player controls, that game step or card ability only refers to cards in play currently under that player's control. Patrol. While the minion with the patrol keyword is engaged with the player, that player cannot use cards they control to thwart the main scheme. Notably, you can still use cards that remove threat, just not that thwart. There is a slight difference. You'll notice that not every card that removes threat will say it's a thwart. Pay, see cost. Per player icon. The per player icon next to a value multiplies that value by the number of players who started the scenario. If a player is eliminated, this value does not change. Peril. While players are resolving a card with the peril keyword, that player cannot consult other players, and other players cannot play cards or trigger abilities. Permanent. A card with the permanent keyword cannot be defeated, leave play, or have any part of its text box blanked except by card abilities in the same set, hero set, scenario set, or modular set. For example, an ability on a hero card can cause a permanent card within that hero set to leave play. Permanent cards are set aside at the start of step 1 of the setup. Permanent cards do not count towards a player's maximum deck size. Permanent cards are not valid targets for card effects that would cause the permanent card to leave play. If a permanent card would be targeted by such an effect, for example, discard the lowest cost support you control, that effect instead targets the non-permanent card that fits its criteria. If a player is eliminated from the game while a permanent card they do not own is in their play area, place that permanent card in its owner's discard pile. Physical resource. A physical resource is one of the 4 types of resources. Physical resources can be spent to pay the resource cost of cards and abilities. Some cards' abilities specifically require physical resources to be spent in order to resolve their effects. Piercing. An attack with the piercing keyword discards any tough status cards from the attacked character before dealing damage. Put into play. Playing a card involves paying the card's cost and placing the card in the play area. This causes the card to enter play, or in the case of an event card, to resolve its ability and be placed in the discard pile. Cards are played from a player's hand. Some abilities cause cards to be put into play. This bypasses the need to pay the card's cost, as well as any restrictions or prohibitions regarding playing that card. A card that is put into play enters play in the controller's play area. Cards with the text type form only can only be played or put into play by a player whose identity is in the specified form. When an event card is played, place it on the table, resolve its ability, and place the card in its owner's discard pile. A card that is put into play is not considered to have been played. When a card is put into play, its resource cost is ignored. Unless otherwise stated by the put into play effect, cards that are put into play must do so in a play area or state that matches the rules of playing the card. Play area. There are 2 types of play areas, a player's play area and the villain's play area. A player's play area contains a player's identity, deck, hand, discard pile, any cards in play under their control, and any face-up or face-down encounter cards in their play area, such as engaged minions or encounters cards that have been dealt to them. The villain's play area contains the villain deck, main scheme deck, encounter discard pile, and any encounter cards in play that have not entered a player's play area, such as side schemes or environments. A card cannot be in more than one player area at a time. Play restrictions and permissions. Many cards and abilities contain specific instructions pertaining to when or how they may or may not be used, or to specific conditions that must be true in order to use them. In order to use an ability or play a card, all of its play restrictions must be observed. A permission is an optimal play restriction, which allows a player to play a card or use an ability outside the timing or specifications provided by the game. For example, a permission might allow an ally card to be played from a player's discard pile. Player. A player is a person who is playing the game of Marvel Champions. Each player in the game has their own personal play area containing their identity card, their identity hit point dial, their hand of cards, their deck that they draw from, their discard pile that they place their discarded cards into, any allies, upgrades, or supports that they may have in play, and any attachments, minions, or obligations that they may have in their play area. During each player phase of each round, each player takes their own personal turn where they can play cards, perform actions with cards they control, and use various abilities. Each player owns the cards that were contained within their deck, including their identity card at the start of the game. Some game steps, game functions, or card abilities may refer to the first player. The first player is a player who has the first player token. Player card. There are 7 player card types: ally cards, event cards, identity cards, player side scheme cards, resource cards, support cards, and upgrade cards. Player cards may belong to various classifications such as identity-specific player cards or aspect player cards. Most player cards have a blue card back. Player deck. A player's deck contains the player cards, allies, events, a player side schemes, resources, supports, and upgrades owned by the player who started the game with that deck. The order of cards within a player's deck cannot be changed unless the player is instructed to do so by game step, game function, or card ability. If a player deck empties, the player shuffles their discard pile to make a new deck. That player immediately deals himself one face-down encounter card from the top of the encounter deck. If the player's deck empties and reshuffles while the player was drawing cards, the player continues to draw up to the specified number. If the player's deck empties while the player was discarding cards from their deck, no further cards are discarded from the newly shuffled deck. If a player deck empties and the player has no cards in their discard pile, the deck does not reset until there's at least one card in the player's discard pile. Then the player deals themselves one face-down encounter card. Player discard pile. See discard pile. Player elimination. A player is eliminated from the game if their identity is defeated. This usually occurs when the character's remaining hit points are reduced to 0. When a player is eliminated, perform the following in order. Step 1. If the eliminated player has the first player token, they pass it to the next clockwise player. Step 2. If there are minions engaged with the eliminated player, each of those minions engages the next clockwise player, retaining any attachments, damage counters, and status cards on them. Step 3. If there are cards in the eliminated player's play area that are not owned by that player, place each of those cards in its owner's discard pile, even if that card has the permanent keyword. Step 4. Place each card owned by the eliminated player in the eliminated player's discard pile. Remove the eliminated player's play area and each other game element within hand, deck, and discard pile, cards in player, hit point, etc. from the game. When a player is eliminated, the remaining players continue to play the game. Eliminated players no longer participate in the game, but are considered to win or lose along with the rest of the group, depending on how they finish. If all players are eliminated, the game ends and the players lose. If a player is eliminated partway through the resolution of an ability, resolve the entire ability. Player phase. During the player phase, each player in player order takes one turn. After each player has taken a turn, the players discard down or drop to their hand size and ready all cards they control. Effects that last until the end of the player phase, and after players drop to their hand size and ready all cards they control. Then, effects that resolve when/after the player phase ends are resolved. Player side scheme. Player side schemes are missions the heroes undertake to facilitate defeating the villain. They are the player card equivalent of the side schemes found in the encounter deck. When a player side scheme enters play, it is placed next to the main scheme in the villain's play area. Each player side scheme enters play with an amount of threat on it equal to its starting threat value. The number of player side schemes in play at any time is limited by the player side scheme limit. A player's side scheme remains in play until either there is no threat on it, which causes it to be defeated and either discarded, or if it has the victory X keyword added to the victory display, or it is discarded due to there being more player side schemes in play than the limit. Any rules or card effects that refer to the two schemes or side schemes also refer to player side schemes. Heroes and allies can remove threat from a player side scheme by performing a basic thwart. Abilities that remove threat from a scheme or a side scheme can remove threat from a player side scheme. So player side scheme limit. The number of player side schemes in play at any time is limited by the player's player side scheme limit. If 1 or 2 players started the game, the player side scheme limit is 1. If 3 or 4 players started the game, the limit is 2. If there are ever more player side schemes in play than the limit, the first player chooses and discards player side schemes until there are no longer more in play than the limit. Player turn. During the turn, a player may perform the following options in any order. Each option, except change form, may be performed as many times as the player is able, so long as they are able to pay the required costs. Change form from hero to alter ego, or form alter ego to hero. This option may only be performed once each turn. Play an ally, upgrade, support, or player side scheme card from hand. Use their alter ego's basic recovery if in alter ego form, or their hero's basic attack or thwart power if in hero form. Use an ally card they control in play to attack an enemy or thwart a scheme. Trigger an action ability on a card they control, an encounter card in play, any card in play with text that allows that player to trigger its action ability, an event card in their hand by playing that event. If the action's ability is preceded by a hero or alter ego, the player must be in the specified form in order to trigger the ability. Ask another player to trigger any action ability that player could trigger on their own turn. The other player then decides whether or not to trigger the ability. Another player may offer to use an action during the active player's turn as well. Player's play area. A player's play area, also sometimes referred to as a player's game area, is the area of play where a player's identity card, deck, hand, discard pile, and hit point dial are located. Each player in the game has their own play area. Ally cards, support cards, and upgrade cards are placed in the player's play area when they enter play. Attachment cards are attached to cards in the villain's play area are not in the player's play area. Minion cards engaged with the player are in that player's play area and not in the villain's play area. Obligation cards given to a player are in that player's play area and not in the villain's play area. While card abilities can affect cards across play areas unless a game rule or card ability states otherwise, cards cannot be played into another player's play area. If a player is eliminated from the game through their identity being defeated or otherwise, their play area is removed from the game. Playing cards, see initiating abilities. Prevent. Some card abilities prevent damage or threat. When damage is prevented, reduce the amount of damage that target takes, i.e. the amount of damage that is placed on the target. When effect prevents damage dealt to a character, the amount of damage that character takes is reduced, but not the amount of damage dealt. But the amount of damage dealt is not reduced. If an effect prevents all damage dealt to a character, that character is not considered to have taken damage. If all damage from an attack is prevented, the attacking character is considered to have dealt damage, but is not considered to have attacked and damaged the attacked character. If dealing damage is a cost, that cost is considered paid, even if some or all of that damage is prevented. If taking damage is a cost, that cost is not considered paid unless all of the damage was taken. If any of the damage is prevented, then the cost has not been paid. When threat is prevented, reduce the amount of threat being assigned before it is placed on the scheme. Okay, printed. The word printed refers to the text, characteristic, or value that is physically printed on the card. If a player must pay a cost using printed resources, they may use resources generated by card's ability, so long as the icons for the resources that card generates is printed in its text box. Wild resources cannot be spent as other resource types for such a cost. Qualifiers. If ability text includes a qualifier followed by multiple terms, the qualifier applies to each item in the list if applicable. For example, in the phrase each ready character and attachment, the word ready applies to both character and attachment. Quick Strike. After a minion with the Quick Strike keyword engages a player whose identity is in hero form, that minion attacks that player. Ranged. An attack with the ranged keyword ignores the retaliate keyword. Ready. Cards interplay in a ready state positioned so that their controller can read their text from left to right. If a player is instructed to ready an exhausted card, the card is returned to its ready state. Recover. Recover is a basic power a player can use in alter ego form. To recover, the player exhausts their alter ego and heals a number of hit points equal to the recovery value. An identity that has no damage to heal cannot perform a basic recovery. Referential ability. Some abilities refer to specific cards by name. These are called referential abilities. If an ability refers to a title shared by multiple cards in the game, that ability refers only to the cards that match the criteria highest in this list. So the card in which the referential ability is printed. Such an ability is a self-referential ability. For example, the basic ally Spider-Man's ability reads, response, after Spider-Man attacks or thwarts, choose another web warrior character, ready that character. This ability refers to the card on which it is printed, and does not trigger when another card called Spider-Man attacks or thwarts. Cards that belong to the same identity or encounter set, and 3, all other cards. Remaining hit points. A character's remaining hit points is the amount of damage that character can take before reaching 0 hit points. An identity's or villain's hit point dial represents their remaining hit points. To calculate remaining hit points for an ally or minion, start with the character's maximum hit points, as indicated by its printed value modified by any card, abilities, or game effects, and subtract their sustained damage, the number of damage counters on them. Reminder text. Some card abilities may include reminder text. Reminder text is italicized and in parentheses, like this. Reminder text has no effect on the game and is only intended to remind a player of a specific game function or rule. Remove from the game. A card that has been removed from the game is set aside and does not interact with the game in any manner for the duration of its removal. If there is no specified duration, a card that has been removed from the game is considered removed until the end of the game. Removed from the game is an out-of-place state. Replacement effect. A replacement effect replaces a specified effect with a different effect. Most replacement effects are interrupt abilities in the format of when triggering condition would happen, do replacement effect instead. When an effect is replaced, it is no longer considered imminent, and no further interrupts or responses to that effect can be triggered. Requirement resources. A card with the requirement keyword cannot be played unless each resource of the specified type is spent while paying for that card's cost. A card with the requirement keyword cannot be played, ignoring its resource cost, because the required resources cannot be paid for it. Resource. Resources are used to pay the cost to play cards and to pay certain ability costs. A player can generate resources to pay a cost by discarding cards from their hand to generate the resources or resources indicated at the bottom left corner of the card, or by using card abilities that generate resources. There are 4 types of resources in the game: energy, mental, and physical, and wild. Wild resources can be used as their type or any of the other types. To pay the cost of playing a card, the number of resources equal to or greater than the card's cost must be generated. For most cards, any type or mix of type of resources can be used to pay this cost. If an ability has a resource cost, a number of resources equal to or greater than this cost must be generated. Many abilities require specific resource types, and the specified types and the specified quantities must be generated in order to pay the cost of the ability. Excess resources generated towards any cost are lost and do not carry over to future costs. Resource ability. A resource ability is a type of triggered ability indicated by the bold resource timing trigger. A resource ability can be triggered anytime the player who controls the ability is generating resources to pay a cost. A resource ability that generates a resource only for a specified type of cost cannot be triggered when paying a cost not of that type. For example, a resource ability that generates a resource for an aspect card cannot be triggered when paying for a non-aspect card. Resource card. Resource cards are a player card type. Their primary function is to be discarded from a player's hand to generate resources. These cards can generally provide more or more efficient resources than other card types when they are discarded from a player's hand to generate resources. Some resource cards have card text that is active while using the card to generate resources. Resource cards are considered to be an extension of an identity. If a player spends a resource, that resource is also considered to be spent by that player's identity. Resource type, let's see resource. Response. A responsibility is a type of triggered ability indicated by the bold response timing trigger. Responsibilities may be executed after the specified triggering condition occurs, as described in the response ability text. Players can only trigger responsibilities on cards they control or on encounter cards. Players cannot trigger responsibilities on the obligations in other players' play areas. Multiple responses may be executed from the same triggering condition, but each response may only be triggered once per occurrence of the triggering condition. Multiple copies of a card with a response can each be triggered by the same triggering condition. A response opportunity occurs immediately after its triggering condition has been resolved. Opportunities to respond occur in player order until all players have passed consecutively. Once the opportunity to respond to a triggering condition has been passed consecutively by all players, further responses to that specific triggering condition cannot be used. Restricted. A player cannot have more than 2 cards with the restricted keyword in play under their control at the same time. A player can play or put into play a restricted card even if they already control 2 restricted cards. However, if a player ever controls more than 2 restricted cards in play, they must immediately choose and discard from play restricted cards they control until they have only 2 in play. Retaliate X. After a character with the Retaliate X keyword is attacked, deal X damage to the attacker. X is the value next to the Retaliate keyword. The character with Retaliate X must survive the attack to deal this damage. The order of resolution for abilities surrounding the Retaliate keyword is as follows. Abilities that trigger after a character takes any amount of damage, Retaliate X. And then third, abilities that trigger after a character is attacked, or after a character attacks and damages/defeats. Reveal. During step 4 of the villain phase, each player in player order reveals and resolves all face-down encounter cards that have been dealt to them, one card at a time, in player order in which they were dealt. To reveal an encounter card, a player flips the card face up and resolves the card, including any keywords and revealed effects. Resolve revealed encounter cards based on their card type as follows. If the revealed card is an attachment, it enters play attached to the element specified by its text. A minion, it enters play engaged with the player revealing the card. A treachery, its effects resolve and it is discarded. An environment, it enters play next to the villain. A side scheme, it enters play next to the main scheme. An obligation, it is given to the player specified by the card, if any. If no player is specified, the player who dealt the card resolves it. That player puts the obligation into play in their play area and resolves its text. If a player is instructed by card text to reveal an encounter card from the counter deck or any other game area, this same resolution procedure applies. Rookie mode, see modes of play. Round structure, see overview, round overview, end of the player phase, player turn, and villain phase. Running out of cards, see encounter deck and player deck. Scenario specific card. Cards in the scenario specific classification are cards that belong to a scenario set of accompanying cards. A scenario must include each scenario-specific card associated with that scenario. The exact quantity of each card in that set is determined by the scenario. In most scenarios, the scenario-specific cards are separated into 3 decks. The villain deck, comprised of that scenario's villain cards, the main scheme deck, comprised of that scenario's main scheme cards, and the encounter deck, comprised of that scenario's attachment, environment, minion, side scheme, and treachery cards. A scenario-specific card is designated by the name of the scenario with which it is associated, printed at the bottom of the card in its encounter set name area. Basic Scheme Power, that's the abbreviation SCH. Scheme, card type. The word scheme denotes 3 different card types: main schemes, player side schemes, and side schemes. If a card ability places threat on or removes threat from a scheme, the player resolving that ability chooses which scheme, main scheme, or side scheme that ability affects. Scheme, enemy activation. A scheme is a type of enemy activation. If an enemy is instructed to scheme, follow these steps. Step 1, if a villain or a minion with the villain's keyword is scheming, give it 1 face-down boost card from the encounter deck. If a minion without the villainous keyword is scheming, skip this step. Step 2, resolve each of the scheming enemy's boost cards, 1 at a time, and in the order in which they were dealt by doing the following. A, flip the boost card face up. B, resolve any boost abilities indicated by the star icon in the boost area. All other abilities on the boost card are ignored. C, increase the scheming enemy's scheme value by 1 for each boost icon on the card. D, discard the boost card. E, if the enemy has any boost cards remaining, repeat these steps with the next boost card. Step 3, place threat on the main scheme. Place threat on the main scheme equal to the scheming enemy's modified scheme value. Search. When a player is instructed to search for a card, the player is permitted to look at each of the cards in the searched area. If the player finds a card that satisfies the criteria of the search, the player adds that card to the game area indicated by the instruction on the search effect. If a player finds multiple cards that satisfy the criteria of a search, the player chooses among these options. Cards being searched are not considered to leave the searched area. If any portion of a deck is searched upon completion of that game step, game function, or card ability, shuffle that entire deck. If a player is instructed to search their collection for a card, that player looks through all of their Marvel Champions cards outside of the current game for the specified card. They become the owner of that card until the end of the game. Self-referential, see referential ability. Set aside, and set aside with a dash. That's funny. Some game steps or card abilities instruct players to set aside specific cards. Set aside cards are out of play and have no interaction with the game until they are referenced by instructions within the scenario or by a card ability. Setup keyword. A card with the setup keyword begins the game in play. Cards with the setup keyword are put into play during the put setup cards into play step of setup. Setup triggered ability. Setup is a type of triggered ability that is resolved during setup. Setup abilities are mandatory. Setup abilities on encounter cards are resolved during the resolve scenario setup and when revealed abilities step of setup. Setup abilities on player cards are resolved during the resolve character setup abilities step of setup. Shuffle. Shuffling is the game function of randomizing the contents of a deck. If a player is instructed to shuffle a deck, the deck must be randomized to the point where no player within the game can ascertain the order of the cards within that deck. Anytime a deck is searched by a game step or card ability, that deck is shuffled after the game step or card ability completes its resolution. Side scheme. Side scheme is an encounter card type that represents additional obstacles and distractions the heroes are confronted with. If a side scheme is revealed, it enters play and is placed next to the main scheme deck in the villain's play area. Each side scheme enters play with an amount of threat on it equal to the card's starting threat value, indicated at the bottom of the card. A side scheme remains in play until there is no threat on it, which causes it to be defeated and discarded, or until the card ability removes it from play. Threat can be removed from side schemes by using the thwart power of heroes and allies, or by using card abilities. Simultaneous resolution. If two or more effects with the same bold timing trigger would resolve simultaneously, the first player determines the order in which the effects resolve. Skirmish mode, see modes of play. Special. A special ability is a type of triggered ability indicated by the bold special timing trigger. Special abilities may only be executed through the explicit instruction of another card ability. Stalwart. A character that has a Stalwart keyword cannot be stunned or confused. If a character gains a Stalwart keyword while they have a stunned and or confused status card, each stunned and or confused status card is removed from that character. Standard mode, see modes of play. Standard set. The standard set is an encounter set that is added to most scenarios. The standard set is not a modular encounter set and cannot be selected by players or randomly when a scenario requires players to choose a modular encounter set to include in that scenario. Cards in the standard classification are any cards that have the word standard printed by the bottom of the card in its encounter set name area. Star icon. A star icon is used in conjunction with card's stat or boost field to indicate that there is a mandatory ability in the text box that corresponds to that field. In and of itself, the star icon has no effect. It is merely a reminder to check the card's text box whenever that field is used. If a star icon is located next to an enemy's attack or scheme value, the icon serves as a reminder to check that enemy's text box whenever the enemy uses that value to attack or scheme. If a star icon is located in the attack or scheme field of an attachment, the icon serves as a reminder to check that attachment's text box whenever the attached enemy uses the value of that field is modifying to attack or scheme. If a star icon is located next to an ally's attack or thwart value, the icon serves as a reminder to check the ally's text box whenever that ally uses that value to attack or thwart. If a star icon is located next to a hero's attack, thwart, or defense, or next to an alter ego's recovery value, the icon serves as a reminder to check that character's text box whenever they use that value to attack, thwart, defend, or recover. If a game step or ability references a power with the value of a star, that value is treated as 0. If a star icon is located in the encounter card's boost field, the icon serves as a reminder to check that card's text box whenever that card is turned face up as a boost card during the villain's activation. Status cards. Status cards represent different states a character may find themselves in during the game. The following status cards are used in the game. When a character is given a status card, take a status card of the specified type from the pool and place it on that character. A character cannot have more than one status card of each type at a time. Characters with the steady keyword can have one additional confused status card and one additional stunned status card. Status card abilities have timing priority over all conflicting triggered abilities. The 3 status card types are confused. I want to go back to this. They have timing priority over all conflicting triggered abilities. The example that comes to mind is Spider-Man Peter Parker's webbed up ability that has a forced interrupt to cancel an activation. So if you stun the enemy, the stun will take timing priority over that, so you won't actually lose out on the ability. So that's really important, and since it's in the core box, I feel like it's important to mention. The 3 status card types are confused. A confused status card cancels a character's next scheme or thwart. A stunned status card cancels a character's next attack. Tough. A tough status card prevents a character from taking damage. Steady. A character with the steady keyword can have 1 additional stunned status card and 1 additional confused status card. That character is not stunned unless they have 2 stunned status cards, and is not confused unless they have 2 confused status cards. After that character's attack, scheme, or thwart is cancelled by a status card effect, remove all status cards of the corresponding type from that character. Another thing to mention here that comes up is with characters like Spider-Man Miles Morales, who has that attack that deals damage based on the status cards on the character. So if a steady villain has a stun or confused status card on them, but isn't stunned or confused because they only have 1 and not 2, cards that trigger off of a character that has a stun status card will work, whereas cards that can trigger on a confused or stunned enemy will not. So there's a little bit of a distinction there. Stun/stunned. Stun is a status that cancels a character's next attack. If an ability stuns a character, give that character a stun status card. A character is stunned if it has a stun status card. A character with a steady keyword is stunned only if it has 2 stun status cards. So yeah, that's what I was talking about there. If a character has an ability stating that it cannot be stunned, stun status cards cannot be placed on that character. The example here is like Magneto from Magneto's armor and the helmet. If a stunned identity or ally attempts to attack or use an attack ability, discard the stunned card instead. Costs associated with the attack attempt, including exhausting the character, must still be paid. A stunned character can attempt to attack or use an attack ability even if it has no valid target for an attack. If a stunned villain or minion would attack, discard the stunned status card instead. As the attack, action, or attack activation was replaced by the removal of a stunned status card, that character is not considered to have attacked. Subtitle. Some ally cards have a subtitle beneath the title. A subtitle represents an alternate alias a character sometimes uses. Support. Support is a player card type that represents locations, backline supporters, or friends, and other behind-the-scenes elements a hero or alter ego might have at their disposal. Support cards are interplay in the back row of a player's play area. A support card is active while it is in play, and it remains in play until a card ability causes it to leave play. Attacks, thwarts, defenses, action abilities, and triggered abilities that resolve from supports in play under a player's control are not considered to be performed by that player's identity. Surge. After an encounter card with this keyword is revealed, the player resolving the card reveals an additional card from the top of the encounter deck. Complete the process of resolving the original card, as well as any responsibilities that are triggered by that card being revealed, before revealing the additional card. Sustained damage. Sustained damage refers to the difference between a character's maximum hit points and remaining hit points. To calculate sustained damage for an identity or villain using a hit point dial, start with that character's maximum hit points as indicated by its printed value, modified by any card abilities or game effects, and subtract the remaining hit points as indicated by the dial. Sustained damage on an ally or minion is equal to the total value of all damage tokens on the card. Swap. An instruction to swap 2 components means to exchange the location of those 2 components. A swap cannot be completed if there is not a component in both locations. For example, you cannot swap a card in your hand with the top card of your deck if you have no cards in hand. Swapping a card in hand with the top card of the deck is not considered drawing that card. The example that comes to mind here is Star-Lord's Smooth Talker ability. When swapping a card in play, in a play area with a card in an out of play area, if those 2 cards share a title, neither card is considered to enter or leave play. Tokens, attachments, and status cards on the previously in-play card are transferred to the other card, and the other card maintains the state ready or exhausted of the previously in-play card. Do not share a title. The in-play card is considered to leave play, and the out-of-play card is considered to enter play. Tokens, attachments, and status cards on the previously in-play card are not transferred to the other card, and the other card enters play ready. Table talk. Players are permitted and encouraged to talk to one another during play and to work as a team to plan and execute the best course of action. Players can discuss anything they would like, including cards in play and cards in their hand. Players are not obligated to disclose the cards in their hand if they do not wish to do so. While resolving an encounter card with the peril keyword, players are not permitted to consult with one another. Target. If a game function or card ability is directed toward a game element, such as an attack that deals damage to an enemy, that game element becomes the target of that function or ability for the duration of that function or ability's resolution. Examples of targets include but are not limited to the villain, a minion, an enemy, a scheme, a hero, an ally, a character, a player, you, a card. If an ability or game function requires one or more targets, that ability or game function can only be initiated if it has at least one valid target. For example, an ability that says deal 5 damage to a minion cannot be initiated if there are no minions in play. Basic powers are game functions that require a valid target. The phrase choose a game element indicates that one or more targets must be selected in order for an ability to initiate. Abilities that cause a player to draw one or more cards always have a valid target, so long as that player has at least one card in their deck. A target is valid for an ability or game function if any part of that ability can affect that target. Examples of effects on a target include but are not limited to dealing/healing damage, adding/removing threat, giving/removing a status card, exhausting/readying the target, defeating/discarding the target. Exception. A character with an attack, scheme, or thwart of 0 can perform an activation or basic power using that value against a target that is otherwise valid for the activation or basic power. For example, a hero with a thwart of 0 can perform a basic thwart against a scheme with threat on it. The cost of an ability or game function is not considered when determining if that ability or game function can affect a target. If an ability or game function has multiple effects on its target, the target is valid if at least one of those effects can affect the target. A target is not valid for an ability if that ability would cause the target to perform a game function that another ability says that target cannot perform. For example, a character with an attachment that says attached character cannot ready is not a valid target for a card that readies a character. Damage that is dealt but not taken, for example, if the damage is prevented, is considered to affect a target. A target that cannot take damage is not a valid target for an ability that deals damage. A target that cannot be attacked is not a valid target for an attack labeled ability. A target that cannot be thwarted is not a valid target for a thwart labeled ability. An effect that uses that target refers to the target of a previous effect that can only be resolved for a valid target of the previous effect. For example, an ability that says deal 5 damage to an enemy, stun that enemy, can only be used to stun an enemy that can be dealt and take damage. An ability or game function that targets multiple game elements of a specific type, for example, each enemy, can be initiated as long as at least one of those game elements is a valid target. That ability or game function does not resolve against any of those game elements that it is not a valid target. For example, the crisis icon prevents threat from being removed from the main scheme. An ability that says remove one threat from each scheme can be used while there is a crisis icon in play if there's at least one scheme from which threat can be removed. In this case, no threat would be removed from the main scheme. An ability that refers to a future target, i.e. the next card you play, does not require a target to initiate. Target threat. Target threat is the amount of threat required for the main scheme deck to advance. It is located in the upper left corner of the card before the title. Team Up. The Team Up keyword names 2 characters. In order for a player to include a card with the Team Up keyword in their deck, that player's chosen identity must match one of the named characters. Additionally, a card with the Team Up keyword cannot be played unless both of the named characters, identity or ally, are in play. Teamwork trait. After a minion with teamwork enters play and engages the player, if there's at least one other minion that shares the specified trait in play, the minion that just entered play activates against the player it is engaged with. Temporary. A card with temporary must be discarded from play at the end of the round. The text box of a card is the area of a card that contains the card's printed abilities, traits, and flavor text, if any. If a card ability references a card's text box, that ability only references the printed abilities within that card's text box. Icons within a card's text box are considered abilities within that text box. That. See alteration effect and target. Then, if the effect text of an ability includes the word then, the text preceding the word then must be fully true or resolved before the remainder of the effect described after the word then can be resolved. If the pre-then text of an effect fully resolves, the post-then text of an effect must also attempt to resolve. If the pre-then text of an effect does not fully resolve, then the post-then text does not attempt to resolve. This, see alteration effect. Threat. Threat tokens are used to track the amount of threat on scheme cards. Thwart, or THW, refers to basic thwart. Thwart, some game effects and card abilities reference a thwart attempt. There are a few different ways this can occur. A hero or ally can use their basic thwart power to thwart a scheme. A character must exhaust to use this power. This removes threat equal to the character's thwart value from the scheme. A character can only initiate a basic thwart if there is a scheme with at least one threat for the character to remove, or if that character is confused. If a triggered ability is labeled as a thwart, such as hero action thwart, resolving that ability is considered to thwart the specified scheme, unless specified by the ability's text. A hero does not exhaust when using such an ability. An ability labeled as a thwart is considered a single thwart, even if that thwart removes multiple instances of threat. If an ability increases the amount of threat an ability labeled as a thwart removes, and that ability removes multiple instances of threat, each of those instances that does not use the word additional is increased by the specified amount. Timing. See ability interrupt response and wood. Tough. Tough is a status that prevents a character from taking damage. If a character with a tough status card would take any amount of damage, prevent all of that damage and discard a tough status card, and discard a tough status card from that character instead. A character with multiple tough status cards discards only one tough status card each time it would take damage. So Colossus is the main example here. When a hero with a tough status card defends an attack, they reduce the damage from the attack by their defense first. If the damage is reduced to 0, the hero does not lose their tough status card. When an ally or minion with a tough status card is dealt excess damage by an attack with the overkill keyword, overkill damage is not dealt to the identity of that ally's controller or to the villain respectively. As a tough status card prevents damage fully, the character who had the tough status card is not considered to have taken damage. Toughness. When a character with the toughness keyword enters play, place a tough status card on it. Traits. Many cards have one or more traits listed at the top of the text box and printed in bold italics. Traits have no inherent effects on the game. Instead, some card abilities reference cards that possess or lack specific traits. Traits are not considered to be part of a card's printed text box for the purpose of card abilities. Treachery. Treachery is an encounter card type that represents tactics, tricks, disasters, and other immediate occurrences that confront players during a scenario. If a treachery card is revealed from the encounter deck, the player revealing a card must resolve its effects. After resolving the effects of a treachery card, or the effects are cancelled, place the card in the encounter discard pile. If a treachery causes one or more enemies to activate as its last effect, that treachery card is considered resolved and is discarded after all of those activations have resolved. So the example I'm thinking of right now is Gang Up, that causes the villain and each minion to activate. So you leave that out until all the attacks are done. Triggered ability. A triggered ability is indicated by a bold timing trigger, followed by a colon and the rest of the ability text. Triggering condition. A triggering condition is a specific occurrence that takes place in the game. On card abilities, the triggering condition is the element of the ability that references such an occurrence, indicating the timing point at which the ability may be used. The description of an ability's triggering condition usually follows the word when or after. Each interrupt and response ability can only be triggered once per occurrence of its triggering condition. Multiple copies of a card with an interrupt or response can each be triggered by the same triggering condition. If a single game occurrence creates multiple triggering conditions, such as a single attack causing a character to both take damage and be defeated, those triggering conditions are handled with a single interrupt window and a single response window. During each of these windows, abilities that refer to any of the triggering conditions created by the occurrence may be used in any order. Undefended. See attack, enemy activation, unique icon. A card with a unique icon before its title is unique. The players as a group are permitted to have only one copy of each unique card by title in play. A player cannot include more than one copy of each unique card by title in their deck. The identity card is included in this evaluation. In the Marvel setting, it is possible for multiple people to bear the same title. For example, more than one person could bear the title of Captain America, but there's only one Steve Rogers. Because of this, a comparison of alter egos and or subtitles between two cards may create the following exceptions to the unique rules stated above. If two identities share the same title, but each has a different alter ego, they may coexist in play. If two unique allies share the same title, but each has a different subtitle, they may coexist in a player's deck and in play. An ally without a subtitle cannot coexist with an ally that has a subtitle if those allies share the same title. If a hero and a unique ally share the same title, but the alter ego and the subtitle are different, they may coexist in deck building and in play. Additionally, some unique minions may have the same title as other friendly or enemy characters. If a unique minion is revealed from the encounter deck and attempts to enter play while another unique character with the same title is already in play, the player who is revealing that minion discards it, then reveals a new card from the encounter deck. If a card ability attempts to put a unique minion into play while another unique character with the same title is already in play, that minion cannot enter play, and the put into play effect fails to resolve. Resolve the remainder of the card's ability as normal. Upgrade. Upgrade is a player card type that represents powers, attacks, equipment, and other assets that are in most cases at an identity's immediate disposal. An upgrade is active so long as it is in play, and it remains in play until the card ability causes it to leave play. Most upgrade cards enter play near a player's identity card and modify the player's hero or alter ego, or both. Some upgrades enter play and attach to another card. These upgrades modify the card they are attached to, not the hero or alter ego of the player who played the upgrade. A player controls any upgrades attached to characters they control, including upgrades owned by another player. Player controls any upgrades attached to characters they control. That's interesting. I like that rule. I think of like upgrades on allies and caught off guard. Unless attached to a different friendly character, upgrade cards are considered to be an extension of the controlling player's identity. Attacks, thwarts, defenses, action abilities, and triggered abilities that resolve on touch upgrades are also considered to be resolved by that player's identity. Uses X type. When a card with this keyword enters play, place X all-purpose counters from the token pool on the card. The word following the value establishes and identifies the type of uses this card holds. Each card with this keyword also has an ability that references the type of use established by the keyword as part of the cost. After the last all-purpose counter is removed from a card with uses and the effect resolves, discard that card. Valid target, see target. Victory display. The victory display is an out-of-play game area shared by all players. Cards in the victory display follow the standard rules for out-of-play cards. Victory X. When a card with the Victory X keyword leaves play under the following conditions, place it in the victory display instead of its owner's discard pile. An ally, minion, or side scheme with the Victory X keyword is placed in the victory display when it is defeated. An attachment with the Victory X keyword is placed in the victory display when the card to which it is attached is defeated. The card attachment was attached to the card the attachment was attached to is discarded as normal. A card with both the Victory X and uses X type keywords is placed in the victory display when its last all-purpose counter is removed from it. While in the victory display, X indicates how many victory points that card is worth. X is the value next to the victory keyword. Some scenarios or campaigns may count the number of victory points in the victory display. Villain and villain deck. A villain is an encounter card type that represents the primary enemy the players are attempting to defeat in a scenario. The villain is represented by a sequential deck of one or more cards. The players defeat the villain by reducing the hit points of each stage of the villain deck to 0. Villain cards cannot be discarded from play. Villain defeat. If the villain's hit point dial is reduced to 0, the players have defeated that stage of the villain. Remove the current stage of the villain deck from the game. The next sequential stage of the villain deck is revealed. Set the villain's hit point dial as indicated by that stage. If the final stage of the villain deck is defeated, the players win the game. Excess damage that is dealt to defeat a villain stage does not carry over to the new stage. Attachments, upgrades, status cards, counters, and non-damage tokens on a villain carry over to the new stage. If the new stage of the villain has different title from the previous stage, attachments, upgrades, status cards, counters, and non-damage tokens do not carry over. If a villain is defeated while activating, the villain resumes that activation using the new villain stage. If the new stage of the villain has a different title from the previous stage, the activation ends without resolving. Villain phase. The steps of the villain phase are 1. Place the amount of threat indicated in the main scheme's acceleration field onto that scheme. If any acceleration icons or tokens are active, additional threat equal to the number of such icons and tokens is also placed at this time. Notably, it's not 1 per player. It went over that before, but I think that's important to mention again. 2. In player order, each player resolves the following. A. The villain activates against the player. B. Each minion engaged with the player activates against them in the order of that player's choice. 3. Deal 1 encounter card to each player. Deal 1 additional card for each hazard symbol on a card in play. These additional cards are dealt in player order. 4. The first player reveals each of their encounter cards 1 card at a time in the order in which they were dealt, resolving each card based on its card type. Each player repeats this process in player order until no dealt encounter cards remain. 5. Pass the first player token to the next clockwise player. 6. Any effects that last until the end of the villain phase or until the end of the round end. 7. Resolve any win/after the villain phase ends or win/after the round ends effects. Villain's play area. The villain's play area, also sometimes referred to as the villain's game area, is the area of play where the villain deck, the main scheme deck, the encounter discard pile, and the villain's hit point dial are located. Environment cards and side scheme cards are placed in the villain's play area when they enter play. Attachment cards attached to cards in the villain's play area are in the villain's play area. Attachment cards attached to cards in the player's play area are not in the villain's play area. Minion cards engaged with the player are in that player's play area and not in the villain's play area. Obligation cards given to a player are in that player's play area and not in the villain's play area. Villainous. When a minion with the villainous keyword activates, give a face-down boost card from the top of the encounter deck. When you resolve that minion's activation, turn the boost card face up, resolve any boost ability on that card, and apply its boost icons to the minion's stats for this activation. Discard the boost card after the activation. If a boost ability on a boost card dealt to a minion refers to the villain, that ability still applies to the villain, even though a minion is resolving it. When completed abilities. A when completed ability is a type of triggered ability indicated by the bold when completed timing trigger. When a main scheme is completed, all when completed abilities on the card resolve. When defeated abilities. A when defeated ability is a type of triggered ability indicated by the bold when defeated timing trigger. When a villain stage, side scheme, main scheme stage, ally, or minion is defeated, all when defeated abilities on the card resolve. A defeated card leaves play after its when defeated ability is resolved, if any. When revealed abilities. A when revealed ability is a type of triggered ability indicated by the bold when revealed timing trigger. When a player reveals a card from the encounter deck, a new scheme stage, or a new villain stage, all when revealed abilities on the card resolve. If an encounter card with a when revealed ability enters play during setup, resolve that ability during the resolve scenario setup and when revealed abilities step. If an encounter card with a when revealed ability is put into play without being revealed, the when revealed ability does not trigger. Wild resource. A wild resource is one of the 4 types of resources. Wild resources can be spent to pay the resource cost of cards and abilities. When a player generates a wild resource, they may specify which resource type, energy, mental, physical, or wild, it is being used as. When a card that generates a wild resource has its resources doubled, each of its wild resources can be declared a different type. Some card abilities specifically require wild resources to be spent in order to resolve their effects. When resources are not being generated for a cost, a wild resource does not have any characteristic other than wild resource. In such contexts, wild resources cannot be interpreted as any other resource type. winning the game. If the villain stage is defeated, if the final villain stage is defeated, the players win the game. If the final villain stage of the main scheme deck is completed, the villains win the game, or the villain wins the game. Some scenarios have alternate win or loss conditions. If these conditions are met, the players win or lose accordingly. Alternate win or loss conditions cannot be blanked or cancelled. Would. The word would is used to define the triggering condition of some interrupt abilities and establishes a higher timing priority for those abilities than interrupts to the same triggering condition without the word would. If an interrupt to a triggering condition that would occur changes the nature of that which is about to occur, such as the replacement effect, no further interrupts to the original trigger may be used, since the resolution of that trigger is no longer valid. Again, the thing that comes to mind here is the webbed up card again. For example, an interrupt that states when a character would be defeated triggers before an interrupt that states when a character is defeated. X. Value, see non-numerical variable. U and your or resolving card abilities. If the word U can be resolved as referring to the player's identity, it must be resolved as such. This includes but is not limited to if a card deals damage to you or you take damage, the player resolving that damage applies to the hit point dial of their identity. If a card ability deals indirect damage to you or you take indirect damage, the player resolving that damage can assign that damage to the characters in play under their control. If a card ability exhausts you, the player resolving that card ability exhausts their identity. If a card ability places a status card on you, such as you are stunned, the player resolving that card ability places that status card on their identity. If a card ability triggers from a game function that you perform, such as after you attack and defeat an enemy, the player resolving that card ability must resolve that card ability as if the identity they control performed that game function if able. For example, if an ability triggers after you attack and defeat a minion, it triggers after the controlling player's identity attacks and defeats a minion, but not when an ally under that player's control attacks and defeats a minion. Exception. For abilities that trigger after enemy attacks you, U refers to the attacked player, even if that player defended with an ally. While resolving card abilities, if the word U cannot be resolved as referring to the player's identity, it must be resolved as referring to the player. This includes but is not limited to if a game step or card ability discards cards from your hand, the player resolving that game step or a card ability discards cards from their hand. If a card ability searches your deck, the player resolving that ability searches for cards in their deck. If a game step or card ability performs a game function against a non-identity card you control, such as exhausting, discarding, setting aside, etc., the player resolving the game step or card ability performs that game function against the card in their play area. A card ability triggers from a game function that you perform and cannot be interpreted in such a way that would refer to the resolving player's identity, such as after you discard cards from your hand, the player resolving that card ability must personally resolve and perform the game functions of that ability. Some player cards are considered to be an extension of a player's identity. When an action and/or ability is resolved on a card type that is an extension of an identity, that action and/or ability is considered to be performed by that player's identity. Cards that are considered to be an extension of a player's identity are events, attacks, thwarts, defenses, action abilities, and triggered abilities that resolve from a player playing an event are also considered to be performed by that player's identity. Resources. If a player spends a resource, that resource is also considered to be spent by that player's identity. Upgrades. Unless attached to a different friendly character, upgrade cards are considered to be an extension of the controlling player's identity. Attacks, thwarts, defenses, action abilities, and triggered abilities that resolve on such upgrades are also considered to be resolved by that player's identity. Cards that are not considered to be an extension of a player's identity are allies. Attacks, thwarts, defenses, action abilities, and triggered abilities that resolve from allies in play under player's control are not considered to be performed by that player's identity. Supports. Attacks, thwarts, defenses, action abilities, and triggered abilities that resolve from supports in play under a player's control are not considered to be performed by that player's identity. Appendix 1. Deck Customization. Player decks. The deck customization rules for player decks are: a player must choose exactly one identity card. A player's deck consists of a minimum of 40 cards and a maximum of 50 cards. The identity card and any cards with the permanent keyword are not counted as part of this number. A player's deck must include each of their identity-specific cards associated with their chosen identity card. The exact quantity of each card included in the identity must be included in the deck. The player may choose exactly one aspect: justice, aggression, protection, or leadership to use for customization. The remainder of their deck is then customized with cards that belong to that aspect and are basic cards. Looks like there's a mistake in the rulebook here, because you can choose pool as an aspect. So I think they just forgot to type it there. No more than 3 copies by title of each non-unique card may be included in the deck. No more than 1 copy by title of each unique card may be included among the cards in the deck and the identity card. If 2 unique cards share the same title, but their subtitles/alter egos differ, they may coexist in the deck. Any deck building requirements on the player's identity card must be followed. In counter decks, each scenario comes with a recommended list of card sets that form the default encounter deck for that scenario. For the core set scenarios, these lists are on page 23 of the Learn to Play. This recommended list can be modified in a few different ways. Expert mode is an option that can be used to increase the difficulty of a scenario. Expert mode uses a different combination of villain stages and adds the expert encounter set to the encounter deck. Most scenarios, including all of the scenarios in the core set, include a modular encounter set within their recommended list. To customize a scenario for a different experience, remove the modular encounter set from the list and add any other modular encounter set as desired. It is possible to add multiple modular sets to a scenario, but this will dilute the encounter deck if too many are added. To add an additional element of uncertainty to a scenario, the modular set may be chosen from a group of face-down sets and shuffled directly into the encounter deck without looking at the cards. Appendix 2, Setup. To set up a game, perform the following steps in order. So most of the time, I have this page printed out, and most of my games I play, I actually just like to follow this because it's so nice just following it in order. So step 1, select identities. Each player selects one identity, placing their alter ego side face up. Step 2, set hit points. Each player sets their hit point dial equal to the starting hit points of their character found at the bottom of their identity card. Step 3, select first player. As a group, the players select the first player and place the first player token in front of that player. Step 4, set aside obligations. For each identity being played, set aside their obligation card. Step 5, set aside nemesis sets. For each identity being played, set aside the nemesis and the encounter cards of that nemesis. Step 6, shuffle player decks. Each player shuffles their player deck. Step 7, collects tokens and status cards. Collect a pool of damage tokens, stud tokens, acceleration tokens, and all-purpose counters within reach of each player. Place stacks of stunned, confused, and tough status cards near this pool. Step 8, select scenario. Select a scenario and put its villain deck and main scheme deck into play near the center of the play area. Step 9, set the villain's hit points. Set the villain's hit point dial to the value indicated by the villain card. Step 10, create the encounter deck. Shuffle the encounter sets listed on side 1A of the main scheme card, with the obligation card set aside during step 4 to create the encounter deck. Step 11, put setup cards into play. Search each deck in the set aside area for any cards with the setup keyword and put them into play. Step 12, resolve scenario setup and when revealed abilities. Step 12A, resolve any setup instructions on the main scheme card 1A. B, flip the main scheme card to side 1B and resolve any when revealed abilities on that side. C, resolve any when revealed abilities on the villain. Step 13, campaign setup. If playing in campaign mode, resolve the setup campaign instructions listed for the scenario and its associated rulebook. Step 14, draw cards. Each player draws cards from their deck until they have cards equal in number to their hand size, including modifiers, as listed near the bottom of their identity card. Step 15, resolve mulligans. Each player may discard any number of cards from hand and then draw up to their starting hand size. Do not shuffle these discarded cards back into their decks at this time. Step 16, resolve character setup abilities. Resolve any setup instructions listed on identity cards in play. The game is now ready to begin. Appendix 3, Card Anatomy. This section represents an anatomy of each card type. Player cards are detailed first, followed by scenario cards. So the title is this one here. So Daredevil is the title. So, 2 is the card type, indicates how this card behaves or may be used in the game. So the card type here is right here. 2. Ally. Am I missing something or is it not? Oh, it's shown down here. So it's on this example of upgrade. 3. Traits, flavorful abilities that may be referenced by card abilities. So Daredevil is a defender. Maybe there'll be defender stuff in the future. I'm not sure. 4 is ability. This card's specialized means interacting with the game. Yeah. 4 here is the ability. The response after Daredevil thwarts, deal 1 damage to an enemy. 5 is the cost here. The resource cost to play this card. 6 is hit points, a value that represents this card's durability. 7 is resources. The resources this card generates when it is discarded from hand. Here. 8. Deck building classification indicates if this card is exclusive to a hero, belongs to an aspect, or is a basic card. So in the bottom corner down here. Thwart, how effective this character is at opposing enemies. 10, attack is here. 12 is recovery. How effective this alter ego is at recovering damage. So down here on Peter Parker, shows 12 there. 13, consequential damage, the amount of damage this ally takes after it's used for this power. So this, like, not star, but like open star icon down here. Looks like an explosion to me. 14, hand size, number of cards. This card's controller resets their hand to each round, which should be here. Hand size here. 5 and 6, so Peter and Spider-Man have different hand sizes. 15, collector information, indicates the card's product of origin and card number within that product. Where is that on here? 15, yeah, here. Collector information. 16, unique icon, indicates that this card is unique. So it's right there, but also should be labeled here on the hero as well. 17, subtitle, indicates an alternate identity an ally might possess. 17, where is that? Here. So Daredevil, this is called the subtitle of Matt Murdock here. And then they show it for a couple different types, but it's all the same stuff. Encounter card anatomy key. So we have 1 is the title of Rhino. 2 is the card type, villain, and here minion. 3 is traits. So these like bolded text here, criminal here. I'm surprised they haven't done more with the criminal trait. 4, ability. This card's specialized means of interacting with the game. So here, when revealed, deal 1 damage to each hero, shown here in the text box. 5, hit points, a value that represents this card's durability. So right here. And also you can notice here, 14 per player on Rhino. Scheme, so here and here. Attack, how effective it is when it attacks. Right below that is the attack. Boost icons indicates how effective this card is when it's discarded as an attack, booster scheme, or boost. So here, there's 2 boost icons on this side scheme. And 2 boost icons on Shocker as well. 9, starting threat, which should be shown here. 3 on here to the show main scheme as well. Yeah. 0 here. Acceleration, the speed at which the scheme advances throughout each round. So this one doesn't even have one. And this main scheme here has 1 per player. Stage number, so that would be right here on the villain in the top right corner. Encounter set name indicates which set this encounter set belongs to. So right here it says Rhino, Claw, etc. Encounter set information indicates the number of cards within the encounter set and its place within that. So So Rhino has 1 of 21, so there's 21 cards. This is really useful when you're trying to keep track of all your cards. Make sure that you have them all together. And then collector information is 15, which, where is it? I should point that out somewhere. Yeah, here. Like A98 and there and there. And then looks like that's the end of the rules here. Or this funny, they made it look like the end here by having that printed thing. But now we're on Appendix 4, frequently asked questions. So this will just clarify all the stuff in the rules, it looks like. And then, so it'll be frequently asked questions, and then I believe there's erratas down there as well. So general questions. If my hero has a tough status card and I am dealt damage, can I use an interrupt ability to reduce or prevent that damage in order to keep the tough status card? Answer is no. Status cards have priority over all triggered abilities, like interrupts, so the tough status card must be discarded to prevent all of the damage before any other abilities could trigger. A hero can keep their tough status card if a constant effect reduces the damage the hero takes to 0. This is because constant effects have priority over status cards. And 2, the hero makes a basic defense and their defense reduces the damage dealt by the attacking enemy's attack to 0. This is because a basic defense reduces the amount of damage dealt by the attacker rather than the amount of damage taken by the defender. Okay, core set. Okay, so now we're on specifically the core set questions. This is probably going to be the most useful section here because everyone will have the core set. So question, in the core set there are 19 aggression, justice, and protection aspect cards, but only 18 leadership aspect cards. Is this correct? Answer, yes. The leadership aspect received 1 fewer card than the other aspects because it has more unique cards to choose from. So Spider-Man 1A. Question, when does the villain initiate an attack against Spider-Man? So that's talking about this interrupt here that I talked about earlier as well. An attack is initiated the moment the game determines an attack will be made against a character. This includes attacks made from game steps such as Step 2 of the villain phase, and card abilities such as an attack initiated by Assault Treachery. Spider-Man's ability resolves before any steps of the process detailed in the attack enemy activation section are performed. Webbed Up. Question 9. How many attacks does Webbed Up prevent? 2 attacks in total. Webbed Up prevents the attached enemy's very next attack by replacing that attack with the placement of a stunned status card. Then the stunned status card will prevent that enemy's following attack. Question, does Webbed Up prevent Spider Sense from triggering? Yes, Webbed Up's ability is a replacement effect indicated by the word instead, meaning the attack never initiates. Jennifer Walters, 19B. Can Jennifer Walters remove threat from a side scheme as it enters play? No. Side schemes interplay with threat already on them, meaning threat is not placed at this point. Question, if threat is placed on a scheme during game setup, does Jennifer Walters' abilities trigger? No, abilities that do not have the setup timing trigger cannot resolve during game setup. Legal Practice 23. Can Legal Practice remove threat from multiple schemes simultaneously? No. All of the threat removed by Legal Practice must be removed from a single scheme. Focused Rage 27. If She-Hulk has a tough status card, can she use Focused Rage to draw a card? No. The tough status card prevents She-Hulk from taking 1 damage, so the ability's cost cannot be paid. Because you cannot partially pay a cost, you cannot attempt to pay the cost of Focused Raged abilities just to remove She-Hulk's tough status card. Superhuman Strength. Question 20. Wait, is that? No, number 28. If She-Hulk attacks an enemy that cannot be stunned because it is already stunned or is stalwart, does Superhuman Strength's Forced Interrupt resolve? Answer, no, because the effect of Superhuman Strength's Forced Interrupt cannot affect the attacked enemy. The effect cannot resolve and Superhuman Strength is not discarded. So, Repulsor Blast, number 31. Can Repulsor Blast's first point of damage remove a tough status card from an enemy, then its additional damage deal damage to that enemy? No. The additional damage that Repulsor Blast deals is a simultaneous modification of its first point of damage. For instance, if a player were to discard 2 energy resources due to Repulsor Blast, they would deal a total of 5 damage from an enemy all at once, as the additional 4 damage dealt by the discard effect happens at the same time as the first point of damage. Pepper Potts, number 33. Does Pepper Potts generate 2 resources if a card with 2 printed resources, such as Energy, Genius, or Strength, is on top of the discard pile? Yes. Pepper Potts generates a number of resources. That card, generates a number of resources that are equal in quantity and type to the resources on the top card of the discard pile. Question. Will Pepper Potts generate 2 resources if the power of aspect resource card, such as the power of aggression, is on top of the discard pile? No. Though the resources that Pepper Potts generates are equal in quantity and type to the resources of the top card of the discard pile, Pepper Potts is the card that is generating these resources, meaning that the power of aspect card never generates resources itself, having no opportunity to generate additional resources for a card of its specified aspect. Question. Can Pepper Potts generate the resources of a card that is currently being spent? No. Resources are generated simultaneously, meaning the spent card will not be on top of the discard pile at the time Pepper Potts uses her ability. Rocket Boots, number 39. If Iron Man has 1 hit point remaining and his Rocket Boots upgrade is discarded from play, is Iron Man defeated? Yes. If an ability that modifies hit points expires or otherwise becomes inactive, the modified hit points revert to the value that they would have without the modifier. In this case, Iron Man's hit points would revert to 0, instantly defeating him. Black Panther, number 40A. If an enemy initiates an attack against Black Panther, but another hero or ally defends against that attack, will Black Panther's retaliate ability trigger? No. Black Panther himself must be attacked for retaliate to trigger. If Black Panther defends against an attack, will his retaliate ability trigger? Yes, as long as Black Panther himself is attacked, retaliate will trigger. Ancestral Knowledge, number 42. Can Ancestral Knowledge shuffle different versions of Wakanda Forever into Black Panther's deck? No. Cards with the same title are considered to be the same card for the purpose of card abilities. Vibranium Suit, number 49. Does moving damage discard tough status cards from the target enemy? Yes. If damage is moved to a character, the moved damage is considered to be dealt to that character. Tigra, Greer Grant Nelson, number 51. Does Tigra's response ability trigger before or after she takes consequential damage? Before. The after Tigra attacks and defeats a minion condition is checked immediately after Tigra defeats a minion with her attack power, but before consequential damage is applied to her. Make the Call, number 71. When playing Make the Call, do the power of aspect resource cards, such as the power of leadership, generate 1 resource or 2 resources? Answer. It's funny that they didn't. Oh, it's because it wasn't a yes or no question. Most of the other ones are just yes or no. Answer. Make the Call's text states, action, pay the printed cost of an ally in any player's discard pile, meaning the player is paying the cost of the ally itself. If that ally's aspect matches the power of aspect card, then the power of aspect card will generate 2 resources. However, if that ally's aspect does not match, the power of aspect card will only generate 1 resource. Whirlwind, number 130. How is Whirlwind's attack against each hero resolved? Whirlwind makes a separate attack against each hero, and these attacks are resolved simultaneously. Each player resolves each step of the attack simultaneously. Each attack may have a defender declared, and each defender defends for a single player. Ultron 2, number 135. If Ultron's attack is defended by a player other than the one who was attacked, does Ultron get +1 attack for each drone minion engaged with the defending player, or the player Ultron initiated the attack against? Ultron's ability is already resolved before defenders are declared, creating a lasting effect that refers to the original target of the attack. The bonus to Ultron's attack is based on the number of drone minions engaged with the player Ultron initiated the attack against. If the number of drone minions engaged with that player changes, the bonus changes as well. Assault, number 197. If Assault causes the villain to attack me, and there's only 1 card left in the encounter deck, is Assault in the encounter discard pile when the discard pile is shuffled into the encounter deck after the villain is given a boost card? No. Assault is not discarded until it finishes resolving, which happens when the villain's attack has been resolved. Green Goblin Scenario Pack. Norman Osborn, 1A. Will a stun status card prevent Norman Osborn's attack activation? Yes, because status cards take priority over all other abilities, a stun status card will prevent Norman Osborn's activation. Green Goblin, 1B. While Green Goblin is attacking, if the last madness counter is removed from the State of Madness environment through a boost ability, what happens? Green Goblin immediate flips to I think they made a typo here. Green Goblin immediate flips to Norman Osborn form. Boost icons from the boost card are then added to Norman Osborn's attack value of star, which is treated as a value of 0. Norman Osborn then deals damage from the attack equal to his modified attack value, base of 0 attack plus the number of boost icons on that boost card. In this specific situation, Norman Osborn's Forced Interrupt does not trigger, as the attack is already past the point of when Norman Osborn would attack by the time he changes to his Norman Osborn form. I see you, number 30. If I'm in alter ego form and I reveal I see you to Green Goblin, attack me. Yes, because when revealed ability on I see you, it does not specify hero form or alter ego form. Green Goblin will attack the player no matter their form. Captain America Hero Pack. Steve Rogers, number 1B. If Captain America's shield is put into play as a drone minion during game setup for Ultron, can I retrieve it with Steve Rogers' setup ability? No. The setup ability specifically searches the player's deck and discard pile. If Captain America's shield is not in either game area, the ability fails to find it. Question. If an ally is played while I'm Captain America, then I change form to Steve Rogers, will Steve Rogers' Living Legend ability still apply to the next ally played? Answer. No. Living Legend only applies to the very first ally played each round. Miss Marvel Hero Pack. Embiggen, number 10. If an attack event deals multiple sources of damage, such as the aggression event, melee, how does Embiggen work? Embiggen increases all instances of damage that an attack event deals by 2. For example, if an event were to deal 3 damage, then deal 3 damage again, that event would now deal 5 damage, then 5 damage again. Shrink, number 11. When playing Emergency, can I exhaust Shrink to remove 2 threat from the scheme? Answer, no. Shrink increases each instance of threat removed by a thwart event. Because Emergency only prevents threat and does not remove any, Shrink will have no effect. Nova, Sam Alexander, number 12. If Nova's ability defeats an attacked enemy, does that enemy's attack still deal damage? No. Although the attack sequence has initiated, damage from that attack has not been calculated. If Nova defeats the enemy during this step, the rest of the attack sequence fails to resolve. Melee, number 30. Can melee deal damage to the same enemy twice? Answer, no. When melee deals damage a second time, that damage must be dealt to the enemy that is different from the first. Note that different stages of the villain are considered to be the same enemy. Question. If I'm engaged with a minion with guard, can I target that minion and the villain as long as the minion would be destroyed by the damage done by melee? Answer. Yes. As long as you defeat the minion with the first sentence of the ability on melee, you may deal damage to the villain with the second sentence of the ability. Thor Hero Pack. Yarnborn, number 19. Question. Can I trigger Yarnborn after I play an attack event? Answer. Yes. A hero is considered to make an attack through both their basic attack power and actions with the attack label. Question. If an attack event deals multiple event damages multiple enemies, can Yarnborn be triggered for each one? Answer. Yes. Each enemy that is dealt damage by an attack event is considered to have been attacked. Black Widow Hero Pack. Dance of Death, number 4. Dance of Death does not contain the attack label. Are each of its damage-dealing effects actually considered attacks, or is this a mistake? Answer. The first sentence of Dance of Death's ability defines each damage-dealing effect from Dance of Death as an individual attack. Resolve each as a normal attack, one at a time. Question. If Black Widow is stunned, will each attack from Dance of Death be prevented, or just the first attack? Answer. Because Dance of Death creates 3 separate attacks, a stun status card on Black Widow will only prevent the first attack. The second and third attack can be performed as normal. Acrobatics, number 6. Question. Can Acrobatics cancel 0 boost icons? Answer. No. Acrobatics cannot be used to cancel the boost icons on a card that has none, as there is no valid target for the ability. Widow's Bite, number 10. Question. If I have Widow's Bite in play and I reveal a minion with Quick Strike, which resolves first? Answer. Quick Strike triggers when a minion engages a player and enters play engaged with the player who revealed them. Thus, Quick Strike and the response on Widow's Bite have the same timing trigger. Keywords have timing priority over responsibilities, so Quick Strike resolves first. Doctor Strange Hero Pack. The Night Nurse, number 19. Question. If the only status card on a hero is a tough status card, is it discarded if I use the Night Nurse to heal that hero? Answer. Yes. The Night Nurse's ability discards 1 status card from that hero, no matter the type. Unflappable, number 20. Question. While defending against an enemy attack, my identity takes damage from a boost ability, but takes no damage from the attacking enemy otherwise. Can I still trigger Unflappable to draw a card? Answer, yes. The cost of the ability on Unflappable only requires that the defending identity take no damage during step 4 of the enemy attack. Counterspell number 30. Question. Counterspell says, attached to your hero. If I draw a counterspell while in alter ego form, what happens? Answer. Counterspell attempts to attach to your hero, but cannot. Because it is unable to meet its condition, simply discard it. Do not reveal a new encounter card in its place. Images of Icon, number 33. Can I resolve images of Icon if the villain is already confused and there is no threat on the scheme? Answer, yes. As long as any part of the ability on images of Icon has a valid target, then it will do as many effects as it is able. While its first effect may not have a valid target if the villain is already confused and there is no threat on a scheme, its second effect always has a valid target, the card itself. Hulk Hero Pack. Crushing Blow number 2. If Crushing Blow's resource cost is reduced to 0, can it be played if Crushing Blow's resource cost is reduced to 0, can it be played without spend physical resources? Okay, that was just worded wrong, so I got confused. Answer, yes. You can only spend physical resources to pay for this card. Ability on Crushing Blow only applies when actual resources are being spent to pay for its resource cost. If its resource cost is reduced to 0, no resources are required to pay for Crushing Blow, so no physical resources must be spent. Unstoppable Force number 6. If Unstoppable Force's resource cost is reduced to 0, will I draw 1 card from its second ability? Answer, no. Because no resources were spent to pay for Unstoppable Force's resource cost, it's if you paid for this ability using only physical resources condition was not fulfilled, so that effect will not resolve. Clash of Titans number 28. Question. If my highest attack character is an ally, and the attack from Clash of Titans is undefended, which takes the damage, my identity or the ally that was attacked? Answer. The ally will take all the damage from the undefended attack. Rise of Red Skull expansion. Hawkeye's Quiver number 3. After using Hawkeye's Quiver to search the top 5 cards of my deck, what should I do with those cards? Answer. Shuffle those cards back into Hawkeye's deck after a search ability is completed, no matter if that ability searches the whole deck or only a portion of the deck, the entire deck is shuffled. Marked for Death number 28. When Marked for Death is revealed, if a copy of Mockingbird is already under a player's control who is not Clint Barton, what happens? The Clint Barton player must search for Mockingbird in their hand, deck, discard pile, and play area, though cannot place their Mockingbird under Marked for Death, as there is already a unique character in play with the same title/subtitle shuffle after searching a deck. However, when Marked for Death is defeated, any copy of Mockingbird in play, even one controlled by another player, is returned to its owner's hand. Jessica Drew, number 31B. Question. Does Jessica Drew's double agent ability require her deck to be built with 2 aspects? Answer, yes. An equal number of cards from 2 different aspects must be included in her deck. Finesse, number 33. Question. Can Finesse generate a resource to pay for an aspect card's ability such as Yarnborn? Answer, yes. As long as the resource generated by Finesse is spent on an aspect card, its resource cost or cost within that aspect's card ability, Finesse can be used. The Once and Future Kang Scenario Pack. Depowered, number 20. Question. If Depowered is in Doctor Strange's play area, can the Doctor Strange player still use the Invocation deck? Answer, yes. The abilities on cards in the Invocation deck are merely resolved, not played. Wasp Hero Pack. Wasp, number 1C. Question. While Wasp is in Giant Hero form, how does her first ability interact with the Patrol keyword and the Crisis icon? Answer. Wasp's first ability allows her basic thwart to simultaneously remove threat from each scheme that Wasp chooses. Wasp cannot choose the main scheme as a target while she is engaged with a minion with the Patrol keyword, or there's a card with a Crisis icon in play. Due to the simultaneous nature of this ability, this applies even if the card with the Patrol keyword or Crisis icon is removed from play during her basic thwart's resolution. Question. While Wasp is in Giant Hero form, how does her second ability interact with the guard keyword? Answer. Wasp's second ability allows her basic attack to simultaneously damage each enemy that Wasp chooses. Wasp cannot choose the villain as a target while she is engaged with a minion with a guard keyword. Due to the simultaneous nature of this ability, this applies even if the card with the guard keyword is removed from play during her basic attack's resolution. Question. While Wasp is in Giant Hero form, how does her second ability interact with multiple enemies who have the Retaliate keyword? Answer. Wasp is considered to attack each target affected by her divided basic attack. If Wasp's basic attack is divided among multiple enemies with the Retaliate keyword, each instance of Retaliate will damage Wasp in the order of her choice. Quicksilver Hero Pack. Quicksilver number 1A. If Quicksilver attempts to make a basic attack or basic thwart while stunned or confused, can his super speed ability trigger? Answer, no. Stunned and confused status cards replace the usage of the basic power with the removal. If Quicksilver makes a basic attack while stunned or a basic thwart while confused, he is not considered to have used a basic power, and the condition of his super speed ability is not met. Scarlet Witch Hero Pack. Hexbolt number 4. Question: for the second sentence of Hexbolt, do the bolded abilities resolve each time a card is discarded from the encounter deck, or do the bolded abilities resolve after all 3 cards have been discarded? Answer: as Hexbolt does not contain an alteration effect, resolve the first sentence of Hexbolt entirely without interruption, then determine and resolve the appropriate bulleted abilities based off of what was discarded. Slipping Sanity number 23. Question: is it intentional that Scarlet Witch has 2 obligation cards? Answer: yes. Scarlet Witch's powers are chaotic, often working in her favor, though also sometimes working against her. While she has many cards within her personal set that represent positive facets of her powers, having multiple obligations represents the negative facets. Galaxy's Most Wanted expansion, modular encounter sets. In the Galaxy's Most Wanted expansion, which sets are considered modular encounter sets? Answer: if an encounter set is not scenario specific, containing the name of that scenario in its encounter set name area, or campaign specific, containing the word campaign in its encounter set name area, then it's modular. The 8 modular encounter sets in the Galaxy's Most Wanted expansion are Badoon Headhunter, Band of Badoon, Galactic God Effects, Kree Militants, Menagerie Madly, Power Stone, Space Pirates, and Ship Command. Campaign mode. Question: do I have to play an expert mode for each scenario in an expert campaign? Answer: no. Increasing a campaign's difficulty merely adds additional cards to set up instructions to each scenario in that campaign. It does not lock players into any other mode of play. For each scenario within a campaign, players are encouraged to choose the other modes of play that are right for them. Question: if I play one scenario in expert mode, do I have to play the next scenario using the same mode? Answer: no. The players may, for instance, play one scenario of the campaign using a combination of standard, heroic, and skirmish modes, then play the next scenario of the campaign using simply expert mode. Players can mix and match scenarios as they see fit between each scenario in a campaign. Rocket Raccoon number 29A. Question: if Rocket Raccoon uses his tinkering ability, but the tech upgrade is not placed into a discard pile, such as due to collector's ability, will Rocket Raccoon draw 2 cards? Answer: yes. Discarding is the act of attempting to place a card into a discard pile. Even if the tech upgrade ends up in a different game area, the cost of Rocket Raccoon's tinkering ability was still paid. Salvage number 33. Question: if the Hulk ally core set number 50 discards salvage, what happens? Hulk's ability checks all printed resources on salvage simultaneously, then resolves the appropriate effect based on the results. Because this check and resolution is simultaneous, the player who controls Hulk chooses the order in which the effects resolve. Power Stone number 149. Question: if an identity who controls the Power Stone is defeated, what happens to the Power Stone? Answer: if a player is eliminated from the game while a permanent card they do not own is in their play area, place that permanent card in its owner's discard pile. In the case of the Power Stone, place it in the encounter discard pile. Question: if a character with the Power Stone is dealt 3 or more damage but does not take 3 or more damage due to damage prevention, does the attacker get the Power Stone attached to them? Answer: yes. Damage prevention does not reduce the amount of damage dealt. Note that a hero making a basic defense reduces the amount of damage dealt by that hero's defense, so defending an attack can prevent the Power Stone from being taken. Star-Lord Hero Pack. Star-Lord number 1A. If I play an ally that does not have the printed Guardian trait while in hero form, can I trigger the response on Nowhere number 22? Answer: yes. Star-Lord's constant ability grants each ally his player controls the Guardian trait. Constant abilities have priority over triggered abilities like Nowhere's responsibility, so the newly played ally will have the Guardian trait before Nowhere triggers. Mr. Knife number 26. When Mr. Knife is revealed by Shadow of the Past, does Shadow of the Past gain Surge if it was the first treachery revealed by the Star-Lord player that phase? No, Mr. Knife was not in play when Shadow of the Past was revealed, so his ability does not cause Shadow of the Past to gain Surge. Dive Bomb number 28. Question: can I play Dive Bomb if I'm engaged with a minion with the guard keyword? If so, how would it resolve? Answer: yes. Abilities are resolved one sentence at a time, so deal 7 damage to an enemy would resolve first, If that damage defeated the guard minion, the second effect, deal 1 damage to each other enemy, would deal 1 damage to the villain. If the first sentence did not defeat the guard minion, the second sentence would deal 1 damage to each enemy other than the villain, and the enemy dealt damage by the first sentence. Venom Hero Pack. Grasping Tendrils number 3. If I cancel an attack with Grasping Tendrils, is my hero considered to have defended that attack? Answer, yes, because Grasping Tendrils is labeled as a defense, your hero is considered to have defended the attack. Mad Titan's Shadow Expansion. Scenario number 2, Tower Defense. When a minion schemes during this scenario, which main scheme is its threat placed on? Answer, threat from a minion scheming is placed on the main scheme with the focused defense attachment attached to it. Nebula Hero Pack. Old Rivals number 31. If Old Rivals causes a Gamora ally or hero to attack, can her controller trigger abilities related to her attacking during this attack? Answer, yes. Gamora is considered to have attacked, so abilities triggered by her attacking can be resolved. Question. If Old Rivals causes a Gamora ally to attack, does she take consequential damage? Answer, yes. Allies always take consequential damage after they attack. War Machine Hero Pack. Gauntlet Gun number 5. Can Gauntlet Gun's resource ability be triggered when paying a cost other than for War Machine Vent in order to place 1 ammo counter on War Machine? Answer, no. Gauntlet Gun's resource ability can only be triggered when paying for a War Machine event. Sinister Motives Expansion. Scenario number 4, the Sinister 6. Question, if there's more than one villain in play, which villain takes the excess damage from attacks with Overkill? The villain with the active counter takes the Overkill damage. Scenario number 5, Venom Goblin. What happens when one of the main schemes is completed? When any of the main schemes has threat on it equal to or greater than its target threat value, flip that main scheme to its environment side and reveal that environment. Question. When a player card affects an acceleration token on the main scheme, which scheme is that token placed on? Answer, that token is placed on the main scheme with the glider counter. Question. When a player card affects the effect counts the number of acceleration tokens on the main scheme, on which main scheme are the tokens counted? The player using the effect chooses one main scheme on which to count the acceleration tokens. Across the Spider-Verse number 18. Question, can this ability be repeated more than once? Yes, repeating the ability on this card includes the repeat effect itself, as long as a player who can spend 3 resources and exhaust a Web Warrior card can be chosen, the ability can be repeated. Spider-Ham Hero Pack. Warrior of the Great Web number 29. Can the SPDR hero or ally have the Warrior of the Great Web attached? Answer, no. A character's title must contain the word spider spelled exactly that way in order for Warrior of the Great Web to be attached. Mutant Genesis Expansion. Powerful Punch number 14. Question, if Shadowcat plays Powerful Punch on the villain, when does she flip her mass form? Answer, when the villain initiates an attack, Shadowcat plays Powerful Punch. She deals 4 damage to the villain. As soon as she finishes resolving the attack labeled effect, she is considered to have attacked and can flip her mass form as soon as the damage is dealt. She must do so if she's in phase mass form. The villain then continues its attack, and Shadowcat is now considered defending that attack. If she's in her phased mass form, she will not take any damage from that attack because of the constant ability on her phased upgrade card. After the villain deals damage from its attack or attempts to do so, Shadowcat finishes its defending and can flip her mass form again, which she must do if she's in phased mass form. Mutant Protectors number 17. Question, how does the defense label on the Mutant Protectors work since the card ability makes an ally the defender? Answer, when a player plays the Mutant Protectors, that player becomes the target of the enemy attack, and the X-Men ally put into play becomes the defender. If the defending ally leaves play before damage is dealt for the attack, the player's hero becomes the defender and can trigger after you defend responses after the attack resolves. This is not a basic defense, and the villain's attack is not reduced by the hero's defense. White Queen number 56. How does White Queen's constant ability work? The phrase, you are confused, instructs you to place a confused status card on your identity. Because White Queen uses this phrase as a constant ability, she continuously places confused status cards on the engaged player's identity until that identity cannot have any more confused status cards. Normally 1, but can be more, such as when the identity has the steady keyword. If that identity attempts to thwart, they can do so and remove their confused status cards, but will immediately be given more confused status cards. When White Queen leaves play, any confused status cards remain on the identity until that identity attempts to thwart in order to remove them. Operation Zero Tolerance number 104. If an ally is not discarded after being defeated by an enemy attack, for instance, it is returned to hand or shuffled into a player's deck, does it go under Operation Zero Tolerance? Answer, yes. Operation Zero Tolerance does not specify where to find the defeated ally when it resolves, so it was placed under Operation Zero Tolerance regardless of where it ended up. Cyclops Hero Pack, Ricochet Beam number 9. If Cyclops chooses the same enemy with Exploit Weakness attached for both of Ricochet Beam's instances of damage, how much damage is dealt to that enemy? Exploit Weakness increases each instance of damage Ricochet Beam deals to the enemy, to which Exploit Weakness is attached by 1. So Ricochet Beam deals that enemy a total of 8 damage, 4 damage plus 4 damage. Mojo Mania Scenario Pack, Wild Mojo number 66. How is overkill damage affected by the forced interrupt on Wild Mojo? Answer: because Wild Mojo increases the damage a character takes, and the overkill keyword deals damage based on excess damage dealt to a minion or ally. Wild Mojo only increases the overkill damage once, when the villain or identity takes that damage. Note, this answer revises the answer provided in the frequently asked questions section of the Mojo Mania rulebook. Next evolution expansion. Malice number 199. Is Malice still a minion while she's attached to an ally? Answer: yes. While Malice is attached to an ally, she retains a minion card type, she retains any damage on her. She can be attacked and targeted by card abilities, including attachments like any minion, but cannot be defeated again, even if she gains hit points or heals damage. She is not considered engaged with the player, and so cannot activate. She is discarded when the card to which she is attached leaves play. X23 Hero Pack, Honey Badger. Number 3. Can Honey Badger's response be triggered if the damage defeats her? No, by the time Honey Badger's response would trigger, she has already left play, so it cannot be triggered. Age of Apocalypse expansion, Magic number 38. When Magic plays the top card of her deck, at what point is the next card in her deck turned face up? When playing the top card of her deck, which is the same process as playing a card from hand, Magic moves the card she is playing from the table in front of her during step 3 of the process outlined in the initiating ability section of this rules reference. As soon as she does this, she turns the new top card of her deck face up. Question: can Magic play the top card of her deck using an ability that says, play a card from your hand, such as Team Building Exercise, Ant-Man number 24? Answer: yes. Anytime Magic has an opportunity to play a card from her hand, she may choose to play the top card of her deck instead, once per phase. Question: can Magic resolve an ability that triggers after you play a card from your hand, such as Pixie, Storm number 17, if she plays that card from the top of her deck? Answer: yes. When Magic plays a card from the top of her deck, the card is considered to have been played from her hand. Question: can Magic put the top card of her deck and play as if it was in her hand, such as with Mutant Protectors, Mutant Genesis number 17? Answer: no. Putting a card into play is not the same as playing a card, and Magic's ability only allows her to play the top card of her deck, not put it into play. Appendix 5, Errata. Core Set, Superhuman Law Division, number 26. Should read: Alter Ego Action, exhaust Superhuman Law Division, spend a mental resource, remove 2 threat from a scheme, and remove the thwart label. The Doomsday Chair, number 183. Should read: when revealed, if MODOK is not in play, search the encounter deck and discard pile for MODOK and put him into play and engage with you. Then shuffle the encounter deck, added periods to MODOK. MODOK number 184, added periods to card title. Captain America Hero Pack. Honorary Avenger number 25. Should read: play only if your identity has the Avenger trait. Attached to a friendly character, max 1 per character. Attached character gets +1 hit point and gains the Avenger trait. Added, max 1 per character. Followed number 32. Should read: interrupt. When attached scheme is defeated, deal 4 damage to an enemy. Change response to interrupt. Thor Hero Pack. Lightning Strike. Should read: hero action, spend X energy resources, deal X damage to the villain and each minion engage with you. This damage ignores tough status cards if you have the aerial trait. Changed attack to damage. Loki number 28 should read: forced interrupt. When Loki would be defeated, discard the top card of the encounter deck. If that card is a treachery, heal all damage from Loki instead. Change interrupt to forced interrupt. The Wrecking Crew Scenario Pack. I've been waiting for this. Number 41 should read: when revealed, the active villain heals 3 hit points. Give that villain a tough status card. Changed gains to heals. Doctor Strange Hero Pack. Iron Fist number 14 should read: interrupt. When Iron Fist attacks an enemy, remove 1 mystic counter from him, stun that enemy, and deal 1 damage to it. Change response to interrupt. Warning number 21 should read: interrupt. When a hero would take any amount of damage, reduce that amount by 1. Remove defense and the defense trait. Hulk Hero Pack. Enter Demons number 25 should read: give to the Bruce Banner player. Change form, flip your identity. If you are Bruce Banner, discard 2 cards from your hand. Discard this obligation. If you're Hulk, exhaust your hero. Discard this obligation. Removed then. Rise of Red Skull expansion. Avengers Tower number 21 should have the Avenger trait. Mark for Death number 28 should read, when revealed, the Clint Barton player searches their hand, deck, discard pile, and play area for Mockingbird and places her face up beneath this card. When this scheme is defeated, return Mockingbird to her owner's hand. Change stage to scheme. Hail Hydra number 57 and number 147 should read, when revealed, each Hydra minion engaged with the hero attacks that hero. Each player who is not attacked this way searches the encounter deck and discard pile for a Hydra minion and puts it in play engaged with them. Shuffle the encounter deck if it was searched. Changed the shuffled ability to only occur if the encounter deck is searched. Attack on Mount Athena, number 61A, should read, contents, Crossbones 1 and Crossbones 2, Crossbones experimental weapons and standard encounter sets, 3 modular sets, Hydra Assault, Weapon Master, and Legions of Hydra. Changed Hydra Patrol to Hydra Assault. Twisted Reality, number 135, should read, Force Interrupt. When attached side scheme is defeated, deal to the first player an encounter card. Change Force Response to Force Interrupt. Galaxy's Most Wanted expansion. Rulebook, page 10, campaign instructions, setup, bullet 5. Should read, Expert campaign only. When setup ends in player order, each player must choose one card from their hand and put it face up into the collection. Added when setup ends. Rulebook, page 18, campaign instructions, setup, bullet 1. Should read, optional, reveal the Kree Supremacy number 182A side scheme. Use the reverse side for expert mode. Add it optional before the instruction. Obedience Potion, number 123. Should read, hero action, take 1 damage and spend 2 mental resources, discard this card. Any player can do this. Change reminder text to rules text. The Poison, number 125, should read, hero action, spend 3 resources of different types, discard this card. Any player can do this. Change reminder text to rules text. Star-Lord Hero Pack, Cosmo number 20, should read, interrupt, when Cosmo attacks or thwarts, name a card type, then discard the top card of a player deck or the encounter deck. If that card is of the name type, Cosmo does not take consequential damage for this use. Change a deck to a player deck or the encounter deck. Removed reminder text. Mad Titan's Shadow expansion, rulebook page 10, 2 main schemes, paragraph 1. Should end with this sentence, when a minion schemes, that threat is placed on the main scheme with attachment, focused events attached to it. Sanctuary number 116 should read, Thanos cannot take damage from player cards. Added from player cards. Infinity Gauntlet number 129 should read, Force Response after attached villain activates against you, resolve the special ability of each Infinity Stone in play. Otherwise, put the top card of your deck of the Infinity Stone deck into play. Added against you. Nebula Hero Pack, Cosmo number 20. Should read, interrupt when Cosmo attacks or thwarts, name a card type, then discard the top card of a player deck or the encounter deck. If that card is of the name type, Cosmo does not take consequential damage for this use. Changed a deck to a player deck or the encounter deck. Removed reminder text. Older Rivals number 31 should read, when revealed, Gamora attacks you. If the Gamora hero or ally is in play, she attacks you. Resolve her attack against you without exhausting her. If no attack was made this way, this card gains surge. Change reminder text to rules text to function with the updated rules on referential abilities. War Machine Hero Pack, James Rose number 1B should read, action. Choose a War Machine card in your discard pile and shuffle it into your deck. Limit once per phase. Added limit once per phase. Valkyrie Hero Pack, Aragorn number 7 should read, you get +4 hit points and gain the aerial trait. Change Valkyrie to you. Shield Maiden number 11 should have the defense trait and read, hero interrupt defense when the enemy with death glow attached attacks. Declare Valkyrie the defender without exhausting her. She gets +2 defense for this attack. Added defense. Beguiled number 31 should have the condition trait and read, when revealed, attach to the ally with the highest cost without Beguiled attached. Attached ally engages its controller. Otherwise, this card gains surge. Vision Hero Pack, Machine Man number 22 should read, interrupt. When Machine Man attacks or thwarts, spend up to 3 resources of any type. Machine Man gets +1 thwart and +1 attack for this use for each resource spent this way. Added for this use. Sinister Motives expansion, rulebook page 17, the Glider counter, paragraph 4. Should end with this sentence, when a main scheme is completed, flip it to its environment side. Rulebook page 22, Reputation track, left column, paragraph 2. Should read, during the resolve mulligan step of game setup, each player may take 1 additional mulligan. Change step 13 to resolve mulligan step to align with the updated setup process. Worried Father, number 25, should read, search your deck, hand, discard pile, and play area for George Stacy and attach him face down to this card. Attaches George Stacy to himself, or attaches George Stacy to itself instead of setting him aside and attaching to him. Venom 1 and 2, number 73 through 74, should read Vengeance. Force response: after you or an ally you control attacks and damages Venom, place one face down boost card on your identity. Change you attack and damage Venom with a card you control to you or an ally you control attacks and damages Venom. Venom number 3, number 75, should read Retribution. Force response: after you or an ally you control attacks and damages Venom, place one face down boost card on your identity, two face down boost cards instead if this is the first attack this turn. Change you attack and damage Venom with a card you control to you or an ally you control attacks and damages Venom. Manipulated Mind, number 137, should read when revealed. Attached to the ally you control with the lowest cost. Attached ally engages its controller, otherwise this card gains Surge. Added, attached ally engages its controller. Nova Hero Pack, Miss Marvel number 2, should read Hero Response: after you play an event, exhaust Miss Marvel and deal 1 damage to her. Return that event Return that event to your hand from your discard pile. Added from your discard pile. Ironheart Hero Pack, Go for Champions number 25, should read Hero Action: remove Go for Champions from the game. Each champion character in play cannot take damage till the end of the round. Added, remove Go for Champions from the game. SPDR Hero Pack, SPDR Suit number 1B, should read Return to base, force interrupt. When you flip to this side, flip SPDR to Penny Parker. Detach Penny Parker from here, moving all counters on this card and cards attached to this card to her. Counters and attachments now move to Penny Parker instead of the reverse. Mutant Genesis Expansion, Steel Fist number 8, should read Hero Action Attack. Deal 5 damage to an enemy. You may discard a tough status card from your hero to stun and confuse that enemy. Replace cost arrow with 2. Armor Up number 10 should read Alter Ego Interrupt. When the villain would activate, change to hero form. Added, would. Wolverine Hero Pack, Logan number 1A, should read Set up, put Wolverine's claws into play. Berserker Barrage number 8 should read Hero Action Attack. Deal 4 damage to an enemy. If this attack defeats an enemy, you may take 2 damage to repeat this ability. Replace cost arrow with 2. Storm Hero Pack, Claustrophobia number 30, should read Flip to Alter Ego form. You cannot change to hero form. Change forms to change to hero form. Possessed number 38, should read when revealed, attached to the ally with the lowest thwart without possessed attached. Attached ally engages its controller. If you cannot, this card gains Surge. Added, attached ally engages its controller. Gambit Hero Pack, Psionic Shield number 34, should read Forced Interrupt. When attached minion would leave play, instead heal all damage from that minion, then discard this attachment. Removed and put back into play. Rogue Hero Pack, Bonebreaker number 31, should read Force Response: after Bonebreaker engages you, take 1 indirect damage for each Reaver minion engaged with you. Change Force Interrupt to Force Response. Mojo Mania Scenario Pack, The Search for Spiral number 16, should read Hero Action: take 2 damage, remove 3 threat from here. Added cost arrow. Fetch Quest number 45 should read when defeated, in player order, each player may search their deck for a card and play that card, ignoring its resource cost. Shuffle. Replaced for free with ignoring its resource cost. Next Evolution Expansion, Inhibitor Caller number 92, should read Action: choose to either exhaust a character you control or take 3 damage. Discard this card. Any player can do this. Change reminder text to rules text. X23 Hero Pack, Frontline Specialist number 36, should read your identity gets +4 hit points. Change hero to identity. Deadpool Hero Pack, Pool Eyes number 41, should read when revealed, attached to the ally with the highest cost without Pool Eyes attached. Attached ally engages its controller, otherwise this card gains Surge. Added, attached ally engages its controller. Age of Apocalypse Expansion, Mission Team number 171A. The first bullet should read, reduce the cost of the next ally played to the mission this phase by 2. Added this phase. And that is the end of the rulebook. If you made it this far all the way to the end, thank you. This has been a very long process and you got through it with me. And if you want to take some time to like and subscribe or comment on some rules that you learned, I would appreciate that too. And I'd like to hear it. I'd like to see that in the comments because I like talking about the game and the rules and all that stuff. And now I'll go over some of the details of the channel membership for you all. I want to start off by just saying thank you to everyone who's subscribed to me on YouTube, followed me on Twitch, subscribed to me on Twitch. It's all helped a lot. It's helped to grow the channel to the point where now I'm finally a YouTube partner, which opens up some new stuff for me. I'm extremely appreciative of all the support I've got. It gives me encouragement to continue making videos that hopefully all of you will enjoy. And it also unlocked channel memberships for me, which is what I'll be talking about today. So this has allowed me to create different tiers that people can join the channel to support me and support me making videos. I want to start by saying that I'm not going to be taking anything away. So your current experience with the channel, if you decide not to join the channel, will stay the same. I'll still be posting the same amount of videos, the same types of videos, all that stuff that you've been expecting and liked so far. But if you want to join the channel, there's some bonuses that I've made. So I've made 3 tiers so that there's multiple different options, so you don't have to only spend $10 if you don't want to spend $10, for instance. And across all of these memberships, you'll be able to have input on what videos I make, because I can make members-only polls to where you can all let me know, for instance, if you want to see a gameplay video or a presentation video, or if you want to see me, or what hero you want to see me play, for instance. So you'll have input into all of those. And then if you join the budding tier, which is the very first one, it's $2.99 a month, and then it gives you loyalty badges next to your name. You get some custom emotes that you can use, which is similar to the Twitch emotes that I have. So now on YouTube, you'll be able to have the same ones. You'll also get priority reply to comments. It'll basically highlight your comments so I can reply to it first, and also make sure that I don't miss it in the comments. I respond to every comment, but if I ever get behind on comments, I'll be able to prioritize your comments first on what I respond to. A lot easier because YouTube will basically do that for me. And then the Zesty tier, which is a little bit more expensive, but I wanted to include something special for this tier. At this tier, I will build a custom deck for you in any aspect for any hero. And if you want to join my Discord, we could also build the deck together over just a Discord call. And I'll build a deck once a month for any hero you want. If you don't have Discord or you don't want to do a call and build the deck with me, I can just build a deck and then do a write-up for you so that you can see my thoughts and why I put the cards in, and then send you the deck, and then you have your own custom Daring Lime created and procured deck. And the last one is the Daring tier, which this one I think is mostly just going to be if you really, really like my channel and want to support it. But if you did decide to spend $34.99 a month, I wanted to do something really special that isn't just building a deck or just getting a badge for you. So in the Daring tier, you'll also get access to a gameplay analysis. So either I can just play a game live with you over Discord, or I can look at your gameplay and talk about every turn and the feedback that you want, and give feedback on those turns, on like if I thought that was a good idea or what I would have done in this situation. And then the gameplay review could go on my channel if you wanted it to, or it could just say private. Either way is fine with me. And then across every single one of these tiers, you'll get the member shout out, which is just going to be a section at the end of my video where I just show everyone's names that are members of the channel at the end of all my videos. And then another important thing to note about these is that each tier gets access to everything below them. If you do the Daring tier, you don't just get the gameplay analysis, you also get everything from the Zesty tier and everything from the budding tier. And same thing with Zesty. If you do the Zesty tier, you get everything from the budding tier as well. And if you do decide to join any one of these tiers, thank you so much. It helps me a lot. And anything that I make from the channel, I'm wanting to put back towards the channel to like make it better. So for instance, in the future, I want to do a little more variety streams. So if I could eventually get enough to afford a new game, then I could play that game on the stream. That would be nice. Also, I want to be able to afford everything that comes out with Marvel Champions. For instance, like the Magneto pack that's coming out and the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. box. It'd be nice to just fund that with the channel and then make content about those for the channel for all of you. And then if I ever need like new lights or something, maybe I can improve the stream setup. And I'm going to do polls about this kind of stuff, about what would actually improve the channel the most. So whether it's like audio or lighting or video editing, etc., that kind of stuff, you can all have input on my channel. And that's part of like what joining the channel is going to be, is that it'll be like a collaborative effort so that you have input on what happens with the channel going forward and that you can feel like you're a part of it, because I want people to be a part of it. I want to bring the community together and I want to make Marvel Champions the best community that I can. And again, thank you so much. Even if you don't decide to join, just watching the videos makes me feel incredibly grateful that someone would take the time to just watch what I'm doing with my hobby. That's insane to me. I've had a lot of fun making all of this YouTube content. It's made me enjoy Marvel Champions more. It's made me a better Marvel Champions player, and I've got to meet a lot of cool people, like the 4-player stream that I did with Joshy, Ziggy, and Jeff. That's just so cool to me that I can now play this game with people from different continents over the internet. In a physical card game over the internet across continents is a really cool thing to me that never would have happened if I didn't start the channel. So thank you so much. Stay zesty, and I'll see you next time. Peace.